Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another live stream. Shout out to James. Shout out to Leslie and Billy. Shout out to Twiz. Shout out to Heather. Welcome. So, several things. So, we do have some fun updates here. So, first of all, for anyone who has been talking about the weather, the tornadoes and whatnot, I just actually heard from my brother tonight. He's out in Mississippi right now chasing the tornadoes. So for anyone who is interested and hasn't already heard, my brother's a professional storm chaser, and you can also follow his YouTube page here. And he does go live as well as post videos for his storm chasing adventures. So there's a link in the chat for that. That's one update. The second update is okay, so as far as people who have, if you guys recall from a little bit, I don't know, a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, something like that, there was talk of me coming on STS to talk to as like a best guest for Bryan Kohberger. I did actually follow up on that today, or I heard back from the person who is in charge of finding people for the show. And yeah, I just figured they changed their mind, which is like totally like fine. Like, you know, I don't like, why would I be a best guest type thing? You know what I mean? But I figured they just changed their mind, but turns out it's not the case. So even though that would have been totally reasonable, that's not the case. Apparently Joel with his ADHD-ness basically has just not gotten around to calling me yet, but he still intends to. So I'll keep you all posted, but basically that still should happen at some point. So that's another update. Additionally, we have some new emojis for y'all that are members, because as you guys know, as more people join, it lets you unlock the ability to add more emojis. I think I need to have a significant number of more new members in order to unlock the next batch of ability to add more custom emoji. But I was able to add 3. That was the limit thus far. And so we have 3 new emoji. So you guys check them out. I don't want to spoil the surprise as to what they are, but I'll give you a hint for one of them. If you guys remember from our most recent AI adventures, one of the requests was to type in squirrel holding a twizzle stick, or squirrel with a twizzle stick, or something like that. So one of the custom emoji is what was generated by the AI for that. And the other 2 will be surprises for you guys. And then, what was the other update? Oh, the other one. I have a little clip here for some of you guys who might have missed it at the end of the very long members only live stream. We had a surprise as it pertains to the tiny waterfall. So I have something I'm going to play for you guys here that we can now pull up whenever we feel so inclined. That will enlighten y'all to this. So let me find this real quick here. Okay, here we go.
I gotta show you that waterfall, though.
Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
Wait. Are you? He's calling that a waterfall? Guys, what do you think that says about his, you know what size?
And the grounds have been a fixture in their online videos.
I gotta show you that waterfall, though.
Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
I'm dead. Goodbye. Oh my God, I'm dead. I'm dead, you guys. I'm dead. This wins. That is the waterfall. What? I don't.
For years, this house and the grounds have been a fixture in their online videos.
I gotta show you that waterfall, though.
Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
That speaks volumes, though, doesn't it, about him? Holy shit. He calls that a waterfall? Oh, dear.
Get this, my pool, my slide.
Oh my God.
You know, my little hot tub, and
Is he going to say the waterfall? Is it
got a little waterfall. We haven't really.
Oh my God. Hold on. I was saying that as a joke because this is a different video and different outfit and all that. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way.
But it's getting there.
I'm dying.
And take some time to get a house the way you like it. This is my pool, my slide. You know, my little hot tub, and we got a little waterfall. We haven't really furnished it yet, but we're gonna make it real nice. This is my house.
Oh my God.
This is the back of it.
Waterfall. You've got to be.
It's a pretty sweet spot.
It's just so tiny, though, isn't it? It's just so tiny. So there is the second iteration of the tiny waterfall. There it is. Also, welcome, Black Witter. Welcome, welcome. So it's just so tiny. Did y'all check out the new emoji? I'm trying to see if you guys noticed those because I'm very excited for you guys to see those. Let's see if I can put them in the chat. Hold on. Let me see something here. I have to go through YouTube. I do believe, I do declare. Let's see here. And y'all are seeing here, we've got a couple new filings we're going to take a look at, as well as continuing on with the death penalty motions. Let's see here. Okay. I want, because it's important that you guys see these emoji here. So, okay. So we got the new one. So here's the first one. So this is the squirrel when you have a question. If you want to do that one, you can raise your squirrel paw. We also have, sorry, there's 4 new emoji actually, not 3, there's 4. Then we have this one. Then we have this one. This is the one from AI. The squirrel holding a Twizzle stick is what it generated. And last but not least, I'm going to let y'all try to guess what this one is. There's our 4 new custom emoji. Can y'all see those? Hee hee hee. Are you still working on cleaning out your old house, Black Witter? Hee 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 hee. That's what she said. So what do you guys think? Okay, so as you guys can see, we have a couple new. Well, the box where it says new, there were more of those earlier, and then they did another round. So, anywho, do you have a question, James? So you guys can see there. So first we're going to take a look at the ones that actually have some type of content here. So we've got doodly doo doo da da. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to do this one first. Hold on. Okay, so here we have the motion to seal exhibits to defendant's third supplemental response to request for discovery regarding expert witnesses penalty phase. Now, the reason I pulled this up is because what's interesting here is we do get a list of, wait, where is it? That's not the one. Hold on. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. This is the one I meant. This is the one I meant to do. So this has the there we go. So for the penalty phase, right? If it gets there, if it goes to trial, and if he gets found guilty for the penalty phase, then this is the list of the defense expert witnesses that would testify for that. So there you go. Now we do know that these first 2 are the psychology people or whatever, the psychiatrists. I don't think we know yet who James Aiken is. Then Jeffrey Lewine is another one of the psychologists or neurologist people. And then as far as these last two, we don't know yet who they are. John Edens and Jolie Brahms. like the composer but without the H. So there we go. So that's one little tidbit. Hi, Toes. Welcome. Twiz is asking a question. I should go ride the bike for half an hour. Well, I think that exercising is good always. However, if you want to pop on as we go to talk about some of these documents, you might want to postpone that for a minute because we're going to talk about here in just a sec the text messages and the phone calls and the Snapchatting of it all and all that whatnot. What if you're the only one at the gym? Well, then that's fine. I just figured if you're on the bike, I don't know. I guess it depends on how fast you're pedaling, right? If you feel like you would be able to talk while riding the bike, then sure, why not, right? Tip here for those of you guys who do cardio, they do say that you're going the right pace. If you should still be able to carry on a conversation, they say, if you're going the right pace. So, the app says 1 to 3. I mean, who cares if people are there, right? They can hear your wonderful insight as to this case, and they should feel so lucky. Maybe they'll be like, "What is it?" And then you can tell them, and then they'll be like, "Oh, we want to see," and then they'll appear in the live chat. That'd be pretty cool. Some new squirrel friends. This is a bike for exercise. James is what he's talking about, going to the gym. Okay, so then the next one we have is this one. So, what is it here? Oh, yes. Okay, so there's another person. So, the state here. Wait, this isn't the right. What the heck? Hold on. This is the one I meant to do. Jesus Christ. I must have clicked on extra ones. Okay, this is what I meant to show you guys. So this is the notice of appearance. Okay, so there we go. It's state of Idaho is giving notice to the court that Special Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joseph Hurwit will appear. So they're adding another attorney? I mean, what? It doesn't say specifically just for like the motions in limine. It doesn't say that. It just says will appear in this matter. Like what? They're just adding another person to the team? That's pretty crazy. So that was in terms of the new that's notice of appearance for Hurwit. That's the one that's in the new. What was this one here? Oh, I actually did mean to show this one. So this is another one that's new. So, okay, state's first supplemental request for discovery disclosure. So, again, this just posted. Okay. While this first supplemental request applies to all of the defendant's expert witnesses, the specific basis for this request is that the defendant's disclosures of the reports of the forensic psychiatrist evaluation by Dr. Eileen Ryan and the neuropsychological evaluation by Rachel Orr appear to be incomplete. The reports do not appear to be accompanied by all, 1, the results and tests conducted as part of the examinations, and 2, the facts and data for the opinions contained in the reports. As such, they do not afford the state a complete opportunity to consider the substance of such testimony and prepare for rebuttal through its own experts. Accordingly, the state requests that the defendant immediately produce the underlying data, evaluation, and examination results as outlined in sealed Exhibit S1. And again, that's in regards to the penalty phase there. And we just looked at that list of experts, so that's related to that. So that was another one of the new ones we were going to look at. And then we have this. So okay. Twiz is letting us know he's got some tights. Good. Excellent. Wear the tights. There you go. So wear your yoga pants, Twiz. More people will show up. Oh my God, that is hilarious. Shout out to Heather, my twin flame. They would be super. I know, right? Heather, are you referencing the appearance of what's his face, or are you talking about Twiz? It could go either way there. We got a true Peter fucking fan in the chat. Heather, I hope you saw the addition to the tiny waterfall. Please tell me you saw that. Okay, so like I was saying, if Twiz wants to pop on, this might be, I don't know if he wants to or not, but we're getting into the part that we were talking about earlier in the Discords and whatnot. A shout out to Too Fast. That is really fun. As self-proclaimed mayor of this chat for the next 30 minutes, I hereby give amnesty to Heather for the words she may use and the actions she may take against Tiffany's. Oh my God. And for anyone who's just now getting here, I will just remind y'all, like I said, we've got some new custom emoji for y'all that are members. I wish they were available to everybody. I wish that were an option. YouTube doesn't make that an option. Otherwise, I would make them available for everybody because y'all know how I love custom emoji. I just love it. I'm doing them. I'm doing them. The new one. Our new four. Woo! Isn't it so cute? What comment now are we talking about, Heather? That's right. It's a pirate stream. Whoa. Hey, I got a joke for y'all. What's a pirate's favorite letter? What's a pirate's favorite letter? Well, you guys are thinking about it. We've got, where is it? Hold on. I clicked on the wrong thing again. Hold on. I'm looking for the thing. Where the fuck did it go? Oh, here it is. Okay, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. All right. This is what I wanted. Ah, Sunny Days wins. Also, shout out to Australia. Arg! Yes, yes, indeed. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Good job. Good job. Good job, guys. Oh, I guess Twiz was actually first. Okay, Twiz got it first, I think. But you guys all got it. Good job. Round of applause for everybody in the chat. Woo! Okay, so right. So here's what we got. So this is the declaration of Josiah Roloff, right? So he's going to be, let's just keep reading. How about that? Let's just do that. So he's currently the president and senior digital forensics examiner at Roloff Digital Forensics LLC, a private digital forensics firm headquartered in Spokane, Washington. I know we have a squirrel friend in Spokane, so shout out to, I can't recall exactly who it is off the top of my head, but shout out to Spokane. My firm provides digital forensic services and consulting in legal matters involving electronic evidence, including, and by the way, did anyone notice this is a different font? I did. Anyway, including evidence derived from computers, mobile phones, memory cards, and other electronic devices, and data sets from third-party electronic service providers. My background in digital forensics includes a professional certificate in computer forensics from Oregon State University and New Technologies Incorporated. Okay, we don't need to read all that. I also hold an associate degree. Okay, so very smart. Got all the things. I've worked exclusively in the field of digital forensics since 2003. Did I say something else? Did I not say Spokane? I meant to say Spokane. If I didn't say Spokane, I apologize. Also, welcome, JB. I believe you are new here, so welcome. I mean, I feel like I always say Spokane, so sorry if I didn't say Spokane. Sometimes my brain works too fast for my mouth. So, okay, during this time, I've conducted examinations on thousands of digital evidence items, including hard drives, CDs, DVDs, floppy diskettes. That's hilarious. Speaking of floppy, did I say Spokane? You know what's so funny? If that happened, it was not intentional, but it might be because we talk about Kane all the time. I'm just saying. But speaking of floppy, right? Okay. Thumb drives, flashcards, magnetic tapes, tablet devices, cellular phones, SIM cards, PDAs, public displays of affection, smartphones, feature phones. What the fuck's a feature phone? And data obtained from internet service providers, cloud storage providers, and cellular service providers. I've worked on over 1,500 digital forensics cases involving these types of media. In addition to my work as a digital forensics examiner, I regularly lecture on topics related to general and mobile digital forensics and their application in legal proceedings. In 2015, I co-authored the mobile forensics chapter in the Chapman and Hall publication, Mobile Devices, Tools, and Technologies. I've been recognized as a computer, digital, and mobile forensics expert in numerous U.S. district courts, military courts, He's testified as an expert. Excellent. My firm's clients include the U.S. Navy, the Marine Corps, Air Force, all the people. I've examined digital evidence in all kinds of cases, basically. You can see, super qualified. Wonderful. As president of Roloff Digital Forensics, I lead a team of digital forensic examiners and support staff who specialize in investigating alleged internet-related crimes and digital evidence obtained from electronic sources. Since founding the firm, we have examined thousands of computer hard drives, mobile phones, and electronic data sets. We regularly advise attorneys on our findings and to compare those findings against law enforcement and third-party forensic reports. I've been retained as a digital forensic examiner to assist Miss Ann Taylor, Esquire, and the defense team in the Idaho. Interesting that he put the VS, because the proper way, legally speaking, is just the V. Just the V, like just the tip, but just the V. Anyway, okay. Idaho v. Kohberger is fun. Yeah. I've reviewed the documents titled DM 11.3 bubble format. I'm really curious what the bubble format means. I've never seen that before. And BM bubble format. So it's BM. It's really funny because, like, my brain initially when I saw this, I was thinking I automatically thought BF, right? Because we all see DM and BF, but it's not. It's DM and BM, which contain data extracted from mobile devices used by individuals identified as DM and BM, respectively. These documents reflect periods of activity on the mobile devices that would require user interaction with the device for them to occur, specifically for the date of November 13th, 2022. Documents include artifacts and content demonstrating a variety of user interactions, including incoming and outgoing native text messages, incoming and outgoing Snapchat message artifacts indicated by the application identifier com.toyopagroup.peekaboo. I mean, has anybody looked? I haven't had a chance to look into this, but is anybody? Let me just see. Let's do it right now. Let's delve, as we tend to say. Let's just delve. How shall we? Delving time, guys. All right. So, and it's funny because it starts with com. Like, usually you expect that to be at the end of a thing, a web address or whatever you call it. So it's the bundle ID for Snapchat. Okay. The original name of the app was Peekaboo. Interesting. Okay. So, like, while this looks really fucking weird, it's not anything. It's just, that's the bundle. That's the ID for Snapchat. Okay. So in other words, when they see the artifacts and they see this, that's how they know that it's from the Snapchat app. That's how I would translate this. Okay, so voice and video calls conducted via Snapchat and the native phone dialer. Creation, modification, and deletion of multimedia files such as images and videos. Application usage logs showing when specific apps were open and closed. internet browsing artifacts and cookie data showing access to particular websites or internet-based services. And that's basically the end of that. So here's what I wanted to do. What are we getting that we didn't have, right? So what's unfortunate is we don't have any timestamps. We don't know when these are from, right? We know they're from November 13th, but it's not like at this time, right? We don't have any timestamps. So we don't know what time, but we know November 13th. So just to overview here again, or summarize, we've got text messages. Okay, fine. We've got incoming and outgoing Snapchat message artifacts. So the thing here that to me that's new is the part where it's like deleted. So we got Snapchat messages, voice and video calls through Snapchat, creation, modification, and deletion, images and videos, and then usage logs showing when specific apps were open and closed. So what I wanted to do is go back to this so we can compare. So let me just unshare, reshare. Okay, so here's what we've got here. So what we're looking at, this is so we had, the state filing with the text messages and testimony is what they were calling it, right? And then we had the defense response. So what I've been doing for all these different filings back and forth, whether it be the 911 call or the text messages and testimony, what I've been doing is highlighting for each one what they included or left out that the other one didn't include or left out. So what we're seeing here in this defense filing, everything that's highlighted means the state did not include it. So as you can see, this is what we initially had, right? This bit, right? That's why it's not highlighted, because this was all in the state's filing. So everything that's highlighted is this we learned from the defense. But the part that matters is going to be this shit, right? The Snapchat and all this, right? As it pertains to what we just read. So we have accessing Snapchat. We have accessing Instagram. We have Bethany calling her dad. Bethany making some more calls. We have Dylan on Instagram. Bethany taking photos. And then here, DM messages incoming and outgoing Snapchat. DM on Instagram, Indeed. Again, DM messages incoming and outgoing Snapchat. DM on Instagram, more messages incoming and outgoing. So like I don't use Snapchat, you guys. So the way I understood this to me, because I've never used Snapchat, I know Snapchat is a video thing, right? My familiarity is from literally the Murdoch case with the Snapchat video there. So my understanding of Snapchat was literally all it is to send videos, right? Like it's so when it said messages, my understanding was like automatically in my mind, it's a video. It's like a video, like, but is that incorrect? Can you actually just message somebody on Snapchat without a video? Because that would be a distinction, right? If you're just messaging on Snapchat versus sending a video. But my understanding of this, because of what I know of Snapchat, is I assumed it meant a video, right? Just because of what Snapchat is. But let me know if you can actually send just messages without a video, if you guys know. And then again, more messages. So because what the reason I'm saying this, because what we don't see on here is anything about the Snapchat videos or Snapchat voice calls or anything like that. We see messages. But again, my brain took that to mean it has to be a video, but that could be incorrect because I don't know. Welcome, Rochelle. Happy to see you again. So, and then we have the Yik Yak. Okay. So now going back to the new filing here. Again, one thing that's interesting is that we have a BM, not BF. So native text messages. Okay, right. So like that, we had that. So incoming and outgoing Snapchat message. So so there's the message artifacts. So the messages were in the other filing. So we knew there were Snapchat messages. So okay, so now that I'm looking at it again, it does seem like you can just message on Snapchat and voice and video calls would be different. Voice and video calls. See, interesting. So far, what it looks like is nothing on that the usage for Snapchat that we're seeing is what my understanding of Snapchat was, which is sending a video. That was my understanding of Snapchat. You send a quick video. But it looks like, because like a voice or a video call is different, right? And I guess also is a message. So that's interesting. So like, are they not using Snapchat for like the normal purpose? I don't know. Maybe I just need more familiarity with the app in order to, Heather says, yes, you can text. Okay, interesting. So And you can make a video call or a voice call, apparently. Interesting. So what we knew previously as it pertains to Snapchat was that there was messaging, right? We didn't know, I guess, for Snapchat about the voice or video calls. We also didn't know things were deleted. I mean, I guess we could have assumed that, right? But like, but we didn't have that information. And then, of course, this makes sense. The application usage logs showing when specific apps were open and closed. We knew they had that, obviously, because of being able to say, like, on Indeed, on Instagram, whatever, right? But, I mean, it goes without saying, right? I mean, I guarantee the Celebrite got everything off of these phones, right? It's going to be amazing. If it goes to trial, we're going to get so much information. It's going to be awesome. I'm just so looking forward to that because you guys know I am with the cell phone shit. So what I would love here, I mean, this is wishful thinking, right? And if I could have in my imaginary world, right, we would have also been given timestamps for this stuff and more information, right? Because, like, you know, it's yeah. By the way, we do have a new command where y'all can put your weather in like this. I'll do the example. I wonder if Twiz decided to go do his bike riding at the gym or what, because seems like he was contemplating coming on. Correct. Yes. We said that already. I know you just got here, Rochelle. But yes, they're deleted. I mean, it even says deletion, but yes, artifacts means deleted. We all know that. And the thing is like, just to point this out, let me pull this back up. So like what we have on here, right? There's like, when I saw this, like my understanding of this, because of how I know how it works with phones and how I know how it works with like the way they divulge information pre-trial, like I didn't assume that this meant these weren't deleted. In other words, this just says that these happened. So it doesn't surprise me that some of these could be in that pile of things that were deleted, right? So like, because it doesn't say, right? It just says that DM messages, incoming and outgoing, da da da. So and also, let me just see real quick. The things that were deleted, I'm just looking back at that. It doesn't look like the calls themselves were deleted because you know how that's a whole thing. Like you can delete your text messages and calls. Like when it talks about the deletion of shit, it's talking about it says multimedia files such as images and videos. So in other words, from what we're looking at here, some of these things are likely in that category of things that were deleted, right, and recovered via the Celebrite extraction, and others were not deleted, right? So multimedia files is what we're talking about, where it says it was deleted. Well, it does say include artifacts and content. So the other thing is this too, right? The way that this is worded, I don't think we can assume that the artifacts, that all of it is, let me go back to this. Hold on. Sorry. Let me unshare, reshare. Okay. I just want to clarify something. This is saying that in this category, there's going to be a number of things. The documents include artifacts and content demonstrating a variety of user interactions, including. Now, I don't take this to mean that all of these are artifacts, okay? Because, let me say this. Because of the fact that it uses the word deletion here, if that word wasn't here, if you were to remove this, okay, let's just say that this bullet point just said multimedia files such as images, but you took away this, I would interpret then this entire section to mean that all of this shit was deleted, right? Right? Does that make sense? However, because of the distinction made here, creation, modification, and deletion of multimedia files, this means to me that this is the part that was deleted, right? And that's where the artifacts are from. And so, in other words, how do you categorize all of this stuff? Like it could have been made more clear if they wanted to make it more clear. But in other words, it's like there's content. There's content. Content was generated. Content was used. Some content was deleted. And so it's just like a broad category. And then this is making a distinction here of, you know what I mean? Does that make sense how I'm distinguishing that? Or, well, I'm not. Mr. What's his last name here? Roloff? Roll out. Yeah, Roloff. Roloff could do it like that. My homies. Okay, anyway. So, right. And so correct. So Rochelle that's a good point. So so in terms of where we've seen the content of the messages, those would be where we actually saw the content, right? That would make sense that those are the ones that were not deleted, right? And again, just so where they include the content of the messages. And so then when you have, like, for example, right, this part, DM messages, incoming and outgoing Snapchat. It doesn't say what the content is, right? So where that would fit in, okay, that would be message artifacts. Okay, so where that would fit in, that would fit into the deleted category. So let me go back to this. So it does say artifacts again. It says just separately here. Hold on. The reason I have to unshare reshare is because in order to have the highlighted one, it's a different PDF because I edited it to add the highlights. So that's why I have to keep doing it this way. But I think it's helpful to see it that way. At least it is for me. So it does say artifacts here. So the Snapchat messages, right, would be deleted. And then the voice and video calls, sorry, no. Okay, Snapchat messages would be deleted. And then the multimedia files, such as images and videos, some of which could be deleted. It doesn't mean all of them are deleted, right? Because it includes this as, again, a broader creation, modification, deletion of multimedia files. So the way I read this is this, that images and videos, some might have been created and not deleted. Some might have been created and modified and not deleted. Some might have been created and deleted. Some might have been created, modified, and deleted. You see what I mean? Because he doesn't lay it out specifically, he puts it in a grouped together. So I don't think it means that all the images and videos were all three of these. I don't take it to mean that at all. So hopefully that makes sense. So yeah. So again, the things that we know are deleted from this in terms of the categories are the Snapchat messages, and then some multimedia files such as images and videos could be deleted from what we've seen. And again, because we don't have timestamps or content, we don't know how much of these overlap with what we've already seen in the filing I kept showing you guys with highlights. So, oh, that's awful, Leslie. I'm sorry. Track star? A track star was stabbed in the heart? That's insane. Twiz is at the gym working on his what is it, Lori Vallow called? The Lori Vallow beach body or whatever, working on his beach body. You know what I mean? Okay. Welcome, Tony. Happy to see you again. Yeah, and I do agree with that, Rochelle. If this judge allows the state to hide all this. I don't know how that would even work, though. The state, first of all, we haven't seen a motion from the state to keep this stuff out yet, right? Like, we have not seen, like, look at this. So this is, hold on. The state's motion. Let me go back to that, actually. So go to their initial motion. There's been so many filings. I'm just scrolling. I have to go way back to find it. Let's just make sure what they're asking. So the reason I'm pulling this up is because this in support of the defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine. So let's just remember what the state was asking for here, because it was from fucking ever ago, seems like. So, okay, well, there we go. Hold on. This is literally where I guess I looked at this last time. I mean, we already covered all this, right? But just to pull it up. So DM's phone records contain Exhibit S1, which is sealed, right? And BF's testimony. So they're asking for things to come in. Let me just go back to the beginning of this. Okay, so the state is asking to admit the text. This is why I wanted to make sure, right? Because is the state asking to have text messages kept out, or are they asking for things to be brought in? Because they're different, right? Obviously. So the state is asking the court to admit the text messages of DM and testimony from DM and BF. The phone records were discovered on the hard drive for DM. So, I mean, yeah, then there's all the case law. They're saying it should. So, well, so yeah. So in other words, everything we know so far from the state, what they've been talking about is here's why it's not hearsay. Here's why it should come in, right? We've covered all this at great length with the hearsay and the different exceptions. And is it hearsay? Is it not? They're wanting things to come in. So that's why it's interesting because, so the defense is objecting, right, in terms of the text messages and testimony. They were really arguing completeness. They were arguing completeness. That was their objection. It was completeness, basically. That was the whole thing. And I thought that was very interesting because they're like, hey, look, I mean, if you want it to come in, then it needs to all come in, right? So that was the defense's stance on that. So just to reiterate, the state has not asked yet to keep out specifically anything from their text messages. They just asked, here's the ones we want in. And then the defense said, hey, if you want to have these in, we need to get it. Well, I say all. They didn't ask for all. They asked for more, more things to come in, right? Context. And in my view, I'm like, if you're going to make that argument for completeness, you should be asking for all. But anyway, and like even going back to the defense filing here, it says Mr. Kohberger provides a more complete but not exhaustive view of their communications, right? So they're wanting more to come in for the text messages and all the shit that they were doing on their phones, right? So that's what's going on there. And then this is, let me just zoom out. Oh my God. So then now the point of this being that included in what the defense is asking for, the context, the completeness, it would now include, right? Now we know it's going to include these specific things. I mean, I assumed that it would include, right? But the point being that now they've got this declaration from the forensics expert. And, again, I assumed there was things that were deleted. It just goes without saying, but now we have that for the record. And they want this to come in as well, which makes sense. Does that make sense to everybody in the chat? Let me see what you guys are saying. Of course they can. Of course they can retrieve deleted Snapchat files. Of course they can. They can retrieve deleted anything for the most part, unless it gets overwritten. We see that in like literally every case. Right. Absolutely. In today's times, nothing's ever 100%. Like I said, the only time something is really lost, right, in terms of the data for cell phone shit, is if it's overwritten. But nothing is ever truly deleted. That is a fact. We have no, so this is a good question from Rochelle. Isn't this stuff only between DM and her dad? So I'm guessing it would be from the time she contacted him. As far as people's dads, the only thing we saw in the court filings regarding anybody with their dad, it was Bethany with the dad. I believe. Let me see. Right? Let's see. I'm just looking. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Where did it's JM? BF and JM are going back and forth. That's no, just kidding. We do have it. Just kidding. I'm looking back at the defense filing with the highlights here. We have 113909 to 114014 DM and dad text. That's what we have. That was in the state's initial filing as well. That's where we have in the court filings. That's the only time we see anything yet that specifies the dad. So 1139 to 1140 DM and her dad text. That's what it says. That's where the dad comes in. Okay, there we go. So then. Is in terms of the document we're looking at here, it doesn't say dad, right? We could try to infer that because this is DM and BM. I mean, that would make sense. So what I would understand this to mean then is that anything like what was referenced in the defense filing, let me just pull it up again just to show you guys, it'll be easier. Okay, hold on. So right here, 115055 JM. Sorry, no, that's not what I meant. Where is it? Yeah, okay, right here. 113909, right here. DM and dad text. So that was in the state's filing and the defense filing. So it could be that there was more than one in exchange of messages and whatnot between Dylan and her dad. But in terms of where we have confirmation about DM and her dad, we have that here. So the question is like, I guess, are these the same? Is this referencing the same set of communications? Going back here. Yeah, the state filed to keep data. That's a good point. Did they include anything from third-party apps? Let's just double check. So this is the state's filing. Yes, it looks like the state's filing did not include anything from third-party apps. It was just the text messages. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Just in case, I'm going to do a Control F myself for Snapchat. Just see. Yep, no hits for Snapchat. Okay, yeah, so you're right about that, Rochelle. That state's filing did not include anything from third-party apps. That's correct. Good point there. Right, Snapchat doesn't save to your phone everything. This came up a ton in the Murdoch case, and there was a ton of testimony on this with a lot of different people. And my recollection in trying to summarize that is that there's some different what's the word I'm looking for? Variables here, because you can have it set to do things. And I think this came up in as well with Delphi. Like you can have it set to automatically save stuff to your phone or have it not save stuff. That's like my recollection. Again, I've never used Snapchat. So I remember there being different variables. So yes, but it's true that regardless of what settings you have for your own usage of the app, it will be saved to the servers. But I do believe that you can have it save stuff to your phone as well. That was my understanding. Too fast relinquishing your duties as mayor. Okay, noted. Rochelle, it goes without saying that their phones were both extracted. Yeah, I mean, I remember that being a document, but that goes without saying. Of course, their phones were extracted. I mean, remember they have Celebrate. What is it? 67 devices. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember the 67 devices that they did extractions on? So it goes beyond just DM and BM. I mean, they're going to extract all the fucking devices for, anybody. Like, Tonka and I were trying to figure out the math on that and trying to figure out how many more people in addition to like the victims and the roommates. And I can't remember what we ended up with, but that's on a different live stream. We crunched the numbers, assuming that like we did imagine if everybody has 3 devices. But anyway, nonetheless, of course, their devices were extracted. You're welcome, Black Witter. Different docs, so they want third-party apps out. Do you remember which doc that's from? Rochelle? I mean, that does ring a bell. That does ring a bell. But yeah, it's not in this filing with the text messages and whatnot. Welcome, P Fox. Good luck listening to me at 1.5 speed. I don't envy you that one. Good night, Too Fast. Good night. Sleep tight. Jeff H, welcome. I do. Yeah, Excited Utterance is definitely a good band name for sure. Tonka heard it. Tonka's ears must have been ringing again. I'm sure Tonka remembers that night when we did the math on that. Yeah, do you remember where that is, Rochelle? I mean, that does ring a bell. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because there's just so many docs, right? It's just like, oh my God. I mean, since I already have the defenses filing pulled up here, I can look and see if it's in there. Let me just see what I can see. I mean, this is again just going through like present sense impression and excited utterance and whatnot. She was testing on Snapchat. Yeah, it's not in the defense filing. So I guess Twiz is on the bike. So Twiz, if you want to pop on, you can. Yeah, how's Billy doing? I was going to ask that as well. And for anyone who's just now getting here, we do have some new custom emoji as well for members too that are available. Okay, so Rochelle's going to let us know if she finds the document where they reference that bit about DM and her dad. So meanwhile, though, we will carry right along, moving right along. Why was I right? And why was I 67 sticks in my brain, but that could be from a different, right? Am I wrong about the 67? Where did I get that from? I thought it was 67. Oh, interesting, Jeff. $67 total. Okay, so I did remember that correctly. I'm like, I'm not crazy after all. Thank you, Tonka. 67 total devices. Okay, yes. I was like, I have the number 67 in my head. I feel like that's probably accurate from something. he'll be able to go back to work. That's good news, I suppose, there. I guess after April 11th, she's saying. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to pick up where we left off previously with the death penalty motions here. So this is where we had left off last time. We were here talking about, this is the defendant's reply to the state's response to the defendant's motion to preclude the death penalty. So this is the one talking about the disclosure violations, right? So we were talking about this, Lori Vallow, that came up. We talked about that. We talked about, and what happened is we got to here where it says potentially exculpatory evidence. And then we switched over to talking a bit more about the Cy-Ray affidavit because of the relevancy there with exculpatory evidence, right? So this is exactly where we had left off. And so then they're setting some case law. There we go. Let's zoom in a little bit more. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, so, and the other thing that was noteworthy too was I thought it was really interesting. They're using evidence.com, which for any of you guys who are following our coverage with Shanna Gardner know what a disaster evidence.com has been in that case. I nearly died when I saw that footnote the other night. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. They're using evidence.com. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Welcome back, AZ. Love the support for y'all in the chat. Okay, so even with a searchable database, and that's why I was mentioning the evidence.com, because that's what they're talking about. The searchable database is evidence.com. Either from multiple sources or common database, calling the pertinent information with a degree of accuracy will take time. Okay, the volume and format of discovery, which has been a constant issue in this case, is the backdrop to the present circumstances requiring relief. The state wants to paint away, paint away, paint away, paint away, paint. Do you guys remember that song, Sail Away, or whatever it was? Anyway, all right. So, you know, if you guys are new, I'll just randomly burst into song. Just ignore me. Paint away the problem by reducing it entirely to the size of the case. The size of the case. But the death penalty must be precluded because whether by design or inattention, the defense continues to be inundated with late discovery and late expert disclosures mere months prior to trial, creating an untenable situation. Again, making a distinction with Lori Vallow, mere months. Yes, it is months, but in Lori Vallow's case, it was less than a month before the trial. Big difference. The court set a discovery deadline in September 2024 and an expert disclosure deadline of January 2025. I mean, I'll just go ahead and say, like, while they shouldn't be turning shit over late, there's no way that this is, in my opinion, this is too early. If this was still going on a month before the trial and they filed this then, death penalty, again, if they're still going to trial at that time, death penalty 100% would be gone. This is too early. It's not ripe, in my opinion, you know. So I think I expect this to be denied. Okay, so an expert disclosure deadline of January 2025. Pursuant to that scheduling order, the defense would have had 10 months to engage with the discovery and determine priorities in preparation for trial, and more than 6 months to be aided in that review by completed expert disclosures, largely laying out the state's case. But the state has not abided by these deadlines. For example, the state just turned over discovery that the defense specifically asked for more than 1 year ago. Among the documents are things dated November 2023, things that existed long before the state's discovery deadline and could have been turned over more than a year ago. And the late expert disclosures continue to roll in even after the Motions In Limine deadline. Yes, the deadline has passed. Yep. The thing is, in like literally every trial, parties turn shit over late. Happens in every case. Every trial, every case. It shouldn't happen, but it does happen. And it just, the distinction is, remember, the court, right? The court is going to go with what their job is to, what is the remedy, right? And usually they're going to pick the remedy that is the least restrictive, right? Like so in other words, if the remedy is turn it over now, right? And that's why the timeline matters. So again, like comparing it to Lori Vallow, where it was less than a month before her trial. And we read in the last live stream, we read the case law that, or not the case law. We read Judge Boyce's opinion, his holdings, which is now case law, right? He set precedent with that. Okay. And the findings were because of the timeline being less than a month before trial. So it was volume, but also the timeline there. So in other words, the remedy for that, just turning it over isn't going to remedy that. And a part of it also was because Lori was maintaining her right to speedy trial. That was another factor. So if the remedy here can be turn it over now, and the court finds that the defense still has a reasonable amount of time because it's still months away to go through it, right? If that's what the court can find, that's what the court's going to do, right? So that's the point. That's why that matters. If that makes sense, hopefully. The 911 song. Did I have a 911 song? I probably did. I don't remember though, specifically. Oh yeah. Referencing the, I'm glad you had fun she's referencing the members only with the twin flames, dude. And we're not done on our, the next members only live. We're going to do the members only trivia night, but we're also going to read the entire Vanity Fair article, for them. And if we want to watch more videos, we'll watch more videos. It's endless. There's so many YouTube videos of those people. It's insane. And we do have, again, I keep referencing the new custom emoji. One of the new custom emoji is Jeff on the slide at the freaking pool. Twiz, how's your workout going? Are you wearing your tights? And I'm sorry for all of you guys who've got loved ones that are in the hospital or going through medical issues. That's awful. Jeff, have you ever used Handbrake? I feel like that's probably a dumb question for you, but just asking anyway. For some reason, I thought that said leopards, and then I realized it said leotards. Do we need to do some motivational something rather for Twiz? What can we do? You can do it, put your back into it. You can do it. I can do it, put that ass into it. Wait, that's not going to help him on the bike. Hold on. We need some, bicycle. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bike. What else can we do? Do you guys have any thoughts for Twiz? Motivational Twiz music or Twiz quotes, anything? Yes. Okay. Yeah, so Handbrake also works though really well for compressing shit. That's what I use it for. But yeah. You have 2 minutes left on the bike? Wait, hold on. Was that a request? Hold on.
Your Honor, I can't do this in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Rochelle. Kat Randall, welcome back, my friend. I think I've heard of it. Never used it, Jeff. What does it do? Do you recommend it? So Rochelle sent me something on Discord. So let me just see here. Bicycle. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bike. Okay. Let's see. Oh, it is in the defense filing? Wait. Okay, wait. What you sent me, though, Rochelle, is the one we already went through tonight. Hold on. Let me just see. I think you didn't me. Okay. Look at page 4, number 9 and 10. But we just read all this. Are you saying to go back to it, Rochelle? We already... Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because you weren't here at the beginning. We went through all that already. We did this already. Weren't you here for this? I don't know. Am I missing something? But it doesn't say anything about a dad, right? It says DM and BM. We could assume that means dad, but it doesn't say dad. I don't at this juncture, I don't remember what the what we were, what were we doing? What were we doing with this? So I think maybe what Rochelle is wondering is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rochelle, right? I'm just trying to think this through. Are you wondering if all of this shit has to do with literally just her and her dad? See, like the way I interpret this, right? Again, it's not specific. I wish this was broken down more specific, because since it's grouped together, it could be that only one of these things involves the dad. We just don't know. That's the thing, because it's just grouping them together and it's not specific. It just says data extracted from mobile devices used by the individual's DM and BM. So, for example, it could be that some of these Snapchat message artifacts were to the dad and others were to somebody else, right? And that the same would be true with any of this shit. So that, I don't know if that's what's help. It says that helpful at all. It doesn't say dad though, unless I'm just, can I not read? Let me do a control F myself for dad. Yeah, it doesn't say dad in this one. It says dad in the defense filing that we looked at, and it says it just says specifically at 11, where did it go? 1139 to 1140, DM and her dad text. That's what it says in the defense filing. That's the only time dad is mentioned. Great question from Jeff, though. Do you think DM and BF will explain themselves at trial? I have no idea what to expect from them at trial. My impression is that they don't want to do it. Right? I mean, that, in other words, I think, I've mentioned this before, I think that they could be great witnesses for the defense, especially depending on how they're cross-examined. Here's the thing. They could go in and cross okay, thinking about how to approach this with what we have, which isn't a lot, right? You could go in like, I'm going to impeach them left and right. I'm going to da-da. But think about this, guys. And a great example, Jose Baez is a great example, okay? So bear with me when I describe this. In the Casey Anthony trial, which I've been covering gavel to gavel, little by little, the state is dicks to everybody, okay? And when they've got witnesses, it doesn't even matter who they are. Literally every single witness, right? The state will be going in, kind of harshly to everybody for whatever reason. It's just their personality, it's their style, whatever. And Jose Baez comes in with every witness and treats them like humans and treats them he turns every single witness into a defense witness. And that's an understatement. It's amazing to watch. And instead of doing, because oftentimes we see with defense attorneys, the cross-examination style, we see how to say, like some people call it bulldog. I kind of hate that term, but aggressive, you could say, right? Aggressive or confrontational. And sometimes that's needed, right? It's interesting because Jose Baez doesn't use that with anybody. He doesn't go that route. He goes the catch more flies with honey type of route, if you will, but it's very genuine. But the reason I'm mentioning it is because when you've got young ladies, okay, who, let's just take, for example, that they've got Bill Thompson, just as an example, for the state, questioning them on direct. Santa, okay? Picture that. And imagine if you're, say, for example, Ann Taylor or Miss Massoff, and you come in and you treat them like humans who have been through something terrible, and you take the Jose Baez approach, right? You're going to get a lot further than if you go in and try to destroy them. You see what I'm saying? And I don't know their personalities, right? So that's why I'm just offering that as like, it could be a strategy that we see in terms of like, so again, going back to will they explain themselves at trial? It could be that we get more information from them, from the defense. But I don't know that the way that you get there is by coming in aggressive, because I could totally see that backfiring. It happens with a lot of witnesses where if you come into aggressive, they can shut down, right? So the other thing too is you got to think about the jury, right? And and again, Casey Anthony trial is a great example where the state is dicks to everybody, right? And like the jury's noticing that, and then the defense comes in and they're treating them respectfully like humans. That goes a long way with the jury, and it goes a long way with the witnesses. So that's just one consideration. But it's a great question. I have no idea what they will say, but I guess what I can say is I think that it might be that we do get whatever they are going to say. We might get more information when they're on cross than on direct. And I think that the way you get there might be taking this more sensitive approach and coming in like the nice guy, right? Make the state. Here's my point. If they can make the state the bad guy, right? By they, I mean the defense. If the defense lets the state be the bad guy and they come in as the good guys, that will go a long way. That's my thoughts. So, okay. So Rochelle is following. That's who BM is. Okay. And again, I logically that makes sense. It's just not stated explicitly. Because we get dad in one filing, then we get BM, right? But it makes sense, you know? I mean, that does make logical sense. Right. She was snapping. Right. So she was snapping her dad, right? If we go with BM being the dad, right? Well, okay. Potentially. I just to reiterate, we don't know that we don't know that all of this listed here is just between her and her dad. We just don't know that. Some of it could be most of it. It could be some of it. You know what I mean? I don't interpret this because it doesn't lay it out cleanly. It doesn't get specific enough. You have to pay attention to the wording, right? It's like it contains data extracted from mobile devices used by individuals identified by as DM and BM respectively. So we don't know what came from what. So some of this could have come, you know, it could be just one thing came from BM and the rest from DM. We just don't know. And that's all it says about that. I mean, in other words, one could interpret this in different ways. And that's why, for me, until there's further clarification, I'm not going to assume that it means anything. I'm going to wait for more information. That's just how I roll with this shit, right? But I'm going to interpret this as DM and BM. It could be some of it. It could be all of it. We don't know. Right? Because it's not laid out clearly. I mean, to that end, I would expect Dylan to have deleted more shit than just what she had with her dad, right? Like when I'm seeing this part that she's deleting multimedia files, just images and videos, like I would say to her dad, probably, maybe, but also to other people, right? Like I would imagine there's lots of deleted shit, right? And it goes in addition to what is with her dad. So that's part of why I'm saying to say that all of the shit that's deleted is with just the dad. It's like she didn't delete anything else, right? Does that make sense? So if you think, oh, she probably deleted more than just the communications with her dad, then that would also give you context as to how this is not as clear as I wish it were. Jeff H., are you referencing the transcript or the audio? Because I've not listened to the full audio and I've not played it because it's not been, well, we've talked about it. I'm not going to do that until we know for sure that that's legit, and when it comes out, when it's released, right, via the court record, then we'll go through that. So I've only heard like the first 10 seconds of the call, but we've covered the transcripts in depth. But I don't think that we can say what was going on in someone's minds. Like, but you know what I mean? Like, unless we're mind readers, right? Jokes out there, hearkening back to things from that members only live stream and all the stuff with that. Okay, so let's see what else you guys are saying. Yeah, I mean, that does seem weird. Again, I've never used Snapchat, but I do. That does seem weird. I do agree. I see what you're saying there. And group snaps. That's another great point. Thank you, Twiz, for that. Group snaps, right? That totally could be the thing. And if that's the case, right, then again, that would also support what I'm saying here, which is that the deleted shit would involve more than just shit with the dad. If that makes sense. It's like included, but not limited to. That's a good way to think of it. Like when we're looking at this, think included, but not limited to communications with the dad. That's how I interpret this. That's finally, I'm summarizing that in a way that hopefully is helpful. So the thing is that you have to pay attention to this. The data was extracted from the devices used by DM and BM. So if DM had communications with, I'm going to make up a name, Francis, okay? If DM had communications with Francis, let's say she was Snapchatting Francis, and maybe she deleted shit, maybe she did whatever, right? They don't need to go to Francis's phone. They can't subpoena everybody. You know what I mean? We know there's 67 devices, but what I'm saying is whatever communications that these girls had, I guarantee you it goes beyond other people's devices that they all, like, in other words, it's not like every single person they communicated with, they went and also celebrated those devices. That's not, you know what I mean? They can't just do that. So my point being, let's just say that there's some communication with a Francis, right? Or who was the other one that was referenced in the defense fund? There was a JM or J somebody, right? Anyway, that's another example. We don't know for sure that person that they took, but they wouldn't necessarily need to, is my point, right? So in other words, if DM is communicating with a Francis, I'm making that name up, right? And that's part of what is in the mix here with these deleted Snapchats. They could get that from extracting DM's phone, right? They can get her communications with other people. They don't have to go get that person's device. Does that make sense? So that's why I'm saying it's included, but not limited to. They're only listing the names. Okay. They're not listing the names of who all the communications are between. The way the names are listed and say names, the initials are listed, is simply the extractions. That's the distinction. Data extracted from mobile devices used. So these are the extractions, not just the communications. So in other words, they could extract just these two devices, but be getting communications between any number of people. Could be 200 people, right? It's just these are whose devices they extracted. Does that make sense? Okay, Jeff H is clear for the audio. Okay. Is Meg here? Oh, Heather's doing Meg's command because we were talking about being psych. Thank you. Thank you. The other thing too, that my understanding from Snapchat is like you can have it set to like things are kept for different periods of time. Anyway, like I mentioned, there's a lot of variables there from what I understand. The Murdoch trial, they talk about that so much in detail, but I don't think Meg is here actually. You're right. I did. I said that. Yeah, I did say that. Yeah. But I do hope that that makes sense the way that I was pointing this out, right? They're referencing which devices were extracted, not just who the communications are between. That's the point here. Because if she's got, there could be a Snapchat to Francis, right? That wouldn't be enough for them to then go get Francis's device and extract that, and they wouldn't need to, right? They can get the snap if they already have the Snapchat. That's what they have, right? So. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, Rochelle. Yeah. So again, including but not limited to interactions between Dylan and her dad, but not limited to, right? I don't take this to mean it's only between them. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so who did you hide from a channel, Heather? Okay, so yeah, I have no idea. The bubble format is a great question. I have no idea what that means. No idea. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that in any case. Right. Well, we don't know what, I mean, we don't, yeah. It could be anything. You know, I don't think we want, I mean, I'm not going to, you know, the possibilities are literally endless of what could have been contained in those messages, right? We just don't know. But it could be literally anything. So, let me see if I can find anything about this bubble format though. Okay, here we go, Jeff. In Celebrate reports, chat conversations are represented in a bubble format. Interesting. Meaning, so it is visually distinct bubbles. Just so that was your instinct on that was correct, Jeff. The speech bubbles like the way we read it. That's interesting because usually that shit comes out from those reports and it's like you look at it and it's like another language, right? Not another language, but like it's not intuitive. So this is intuitive. Interesting. Okay. So what this means is this is how it's presented. So you can expect this to be how it's presented to a jury, right? You know how when it's presented to a jury, they're going to make it as intuitive as possible, like the way people are used to seeing it on the phone. That's the bubble format. That's what that is. Interesting. Similar to how they appear in messaging apps, aiding an easy and intuitive data review. There we go. There we go. So we solved that. We solved that question. We also solved the question about the peekaboo thing. So that's good. Getting shit done, man. Tiny bubbles. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Twiz, are you still doing your workout? Are you still alive? Tony. I knew a stripper named Bubbles. She was well formatted. You win. You get 1,000,000 squirrel points tonight, Tony, for that one. Excellent. Love that. Who was it? I think it was Official, who's oftentimes in the chat, who seems to have a lot of knowledge and experience with like cell phone forensic stuff. I felt like I hit a milestone the other day when we were talking about cell phone shit, and he was like, he said something like in the chat, like, wow, you really know your shit or whatever. And I was like, for me, I'm like I consider myself like really terrible with technology, but I've studied the fuck out of the cell phone shit. And like, I think I have a pretty good handle on a lot of that. Not, in terms of how it works with coming into trials and what Celebrate can do and all that, right? And like how it works with the phone, and you guys have heard me talk about it. So anyway, like while with basic technology stuff, I might be completely useless, like, so anyway, I felt like I've like, what's the right way to say it? Like that I was like, oh my gosh, it's like the best compliment I could ever get, because like literally I'm just so low tech. And like, anyway, the yoga pants swallowed a mole. That's really funny. Okay. So now we're back to we're back over here to this filing. This is the defendant's response to the state's objection to the motion to preclude the death penalty due to disclosure violations. So, and we were talking about the late disclosure. Twiz needs help getting dressed. Can anyone get over to Pullman post haste? Okay, as one court explained, each disclosure creates a cascading set of possibilities for defense counsel. In addition to reviewing its contents, defense counsel must also file any relevant pretrial motions. The court must hold hearing on those motions and issue an order, and then the defense must integrate the information and prepare for trial in light of those rulings. Thus, each and every late disclosure requires attention to be turned to the new disclosure and to the attendant follow-up investigation, rebuttal, and or litigation, and away from preparing for trial in a streamlined manner. There is truth to the assertion that the facts before the court in the Kohberger's case are like nothing like the facts seen in the facts before the court in the Vallow case. Let me read that again because I butchered that. There's truth to the assertion that the facts before the court in Kohberger's case are nothing like the facts before the court in the Vallow case. They are significantly worse because of the state's discovery abuses. Okay. All right. As the state correctly points out, the judge precluded the death penalty in the Vallow Daybell case after the state turned over 100 hours of jail calls one day after the discovery deadline and 2 weeks before the trial. Though it would technically be possible to listen to all 100 hours of recordings in 2 weeks, the court recognized that the size and complexity of the case mattered. Size matters, guys. Size matters. The court concluded that the problem here is a timing problem. Literally what I kept saying. Literally what I kept saying. And that the prejudice has occurred because of the proximity to trial. Also what I said. The volume of the discovery and the inability of the defense to adequately review the discovery before trial begins. Here's where I see this going for the defense here in this case. What they're going to do is they're going to hang their hat on this part. The volume and the inability to review it because they don't have proximity and timing on their side. Let's see what happens. The mitigation specialist declaration and then explains the prejudice of late disclosures in a case already involving 4 terabytes of discovery. Right. Literally, there it is. There is absolutely no time to begin investigating new information after determining how it relates to the mitigation case. And the thing is this, I agree. It's terrible. I'm sure they're swamped, but I don't think this is going to get anywhere at this juncture. Unfortunately, unfortunately, it's going to take worse violations or more proximity to the trial. Like I said, for the judge to do something more here, I think, just from what we usually see. Rochelle, size doesn't matter if it's only a tip. Just the tip, guys. Just the tip. The court determined that precluding the death penalty was less severe than excluding some of the state's witnesses or evidence, and that precluding the death penalty under the circumstances was consistent with the heightened scrutiny and due process guaranteed to defendants in capital cases. Here, the discovery problems have existed throughout this case, requiring near constant litigation and significant time. The volume of discovery is an extreme outlier, even in other cases involving massive amounts of data. The state has not complied with the court's deadlines and thus has derailed counsel's review of the state's case and evidence in the months before trial, like in the Vallow Daybell case, but in a much more extreme fashion. Prejudice has occurred because of the proximity to trial, the volume of the discovery, and the inability. Okay, they're quite quoting that same thing again. The due process clause. Okay, we know about the due process. We don't need to go through all this. If this proceeds as a non-capital case. Now, okay, they did have some good arguments in their initial filing, the defense, I mean, about how it could be beneficial to the state and to the court. Okay, how to explain it? They made a good argument that I thought could go somewhere, which is like, look, it's better for you guys if it's not a capital case, right? Because then right? And they listed a bunch of reasons. And so I think this is where they're now heading here. So if this proceeds as a non-capital case, heightened due process is not required, nor will heightened scrutiny be applied on appeal conviction results. And thus all parties are more likely to obtain a final outcome at trial. Thus the prejudice to the prosecution in precluding death is relatively small. They can still seek a death in prison sentence. On the other hand, the prejudice to Mr. Kohberger in proceeding to a capital trial under such circumstances is unconstitutionally grave. In music, we would call this grave. Anyway, while the prosecution seemingly suggests, without having the fortitude to make the outright request, a continuance as a remedy, that is not a fair nor a sufficient remedy. Yeah, I agree with that. Mr. Kohberger is being held without bond. It is patently unfair to restrict his freedom for months or years to come in order to fix a problem that has been and continues to be within the government's control. Moreover, the Sixth Amendment right to a speedy trial. Okay, we know. And then there's that. Let's see what else they got here. Okay. So remember when we saw those expert witnesses that were listed for the penalty phase if it gets there? I think we're seeing some declarations from them. Interesting. So Mary Goody, I think she was one of the ones because I was like, I don't know her name. I don't recognize her. Okay. Now oh, interesting. Huh. You know, y'all, what was Lori? Okay, Lori talked about in one of her recent hearings, she talked about her mitigation specialist. She did. That is interesting. She talked about her mitigation specialist. Okay, I'm getting ahead of this. This person that we're looking at right here, this declaration, she's the mitigation specialist in Lori Vallow's case. And I just remember Lori talking about her mitigation specialist. But I don't remember what she said, though. Gosh darn it. So if anyone in the chat remembers that, if Northwest were here, they would know. They seem to have a lot of that down pat. Like they're really following that very, 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 very closely. But someone else might know. But I don't remember specifically. But I remember her mentioning the mitigation specialist. And I recall thinking that she was saying, I feel like she was talking shit about them, but I don't know for sure. I don't remember for sure. But I remember it came up at a time when she was getting real saucy. So anyway, okay, I'm a mitigation specialist in a private practice located at da-da-da. I've been in private practice since October of 1991. They attached the resume. It's funny because they're also using a different font. Since 1985, I've worked on over 120 capital cases on which I have conducted preliminary and extensive social history investigations, prepared social history and chronological reports, assisting attorneys in the preparation of a penalty phase at trial or at hearing and post-conviction proceeding. I've worked on capital cases at the state level in Oregon, Colorado, Missouri, Kansas, Washington, Idaho, Wyoming, California, Utah, and Arizona. I've worked on 16 federal death penalty trial level cases in the states of New Mexico, Rhode Island, Michigan, Kansas, blah, blah, blah. Okay, all the places. Well, not all of them, but a lot. They've done their CLEs. The overriding theme of these trainings is that a mitigation specialist must exhaustively investigate the case with special emphasis placed on the effects that family history, trauma, mental health, and multiple other factors together play a role in understanding the actions of the client. Counsel, fact investigators, and other members of the team should work together with the mitigation specialist to immerse themselves in the client's life history in order that a documented story can be presented to the trier of fact in an effort to avoid a death sentence. Will Hippler allow what, Tony? Allow what? My specialized training includes, and then there's all the training, the description of the role of a mitigation specialist that I give below represents the prevailing professional norms for the practice of mitigation specialists working in the U.S. at the state and federal level. The role of a mitigation specialist in a capital case is to assist the attorneys representing a death-eligible client in investigating and preparing a social history that fully focuses his or her efforts towards understanding the broader environment that has affected the client during his life, and through this understanding, build the life history of the client. Kat, I would trust you to be a mitigation specialist if it was a tree that was on trial. For anyone who doesn't know, Kat Randall is an arborist. The purpose of the investigation is to gather personal and background information about the client that will not only humanize the client, but also fully rebut the aggravation evidence the state intends to offer in support of their request for a death sentence. The mitigation specialist and other members of the team must create a mitigation theme based on the client's life history. So, okay, a lot of this, goes without saying, or, I think most of us are probably well familiar with this. I'm not going to read all of it. There's a wealth of information. They have to build a trusting relationship with the client. That makes sense. They have to have time to reflect and respond. They have to fully interview the defendant's family. This is getting to the amount of time it's going to take. And that, I think what the defense is saying is, like, with more information from the state, it changes this process. However, I don't know that I really fully agree with that. Like in this person's job, which is like figuring out the defendant's life, their family history, and interviewing their family, like, it doesn't seem like that's really that much impacted by new discovery. You know what I mean? But anyway, but I'm not saying there's plenty of other things that maybe would be better supporting, arguments for what would be taking more time based on the late discovery coming in than the disclosure violations from the state. Yeah, because again, just like, in other words, of all the different things that are going on and all the different jobs, this one might be perhaps one of the ones that is least affected by new discovery coming in, because again, it's like they're looking to the past of the defense. Like, anyway, there's the North Carolina case law. Love that. I'll read this part. The United States Supreme Court has repeatedly stated that death is different from any other penalty, and thus the information needed by a sentencing body would to make the sentencing decision must be verified and reliable. Woodson v. North Carolina, which went to the U.S. Supreme Court in 1976. Sweet. Oh, thank you, Jeff. Interesting. So in Vallow's case, yeah, I don't know. It's just interesting because it's like, I don't really know how. I guess it depends on what you're getting. You know what I mean? Like, in Vallow's case, it was over 100 jail calls. And I think there were a lot some of them might have been between her and Chad, or her, but I guess that maybe you could see how that could be relevant in terms of determining their life history and whatnot, the family dynamics and shit like that, right? Well, actually, so let me read this part. Okay, so this is what this says from the ABA. Let's take a look at this. In 2003, the American Bar Association adopted the revised ABA standards pertaining to capital defense work. Okay, so here we go. It provided that a sentencing phase, quote, should comprise efforts to discover all reasonably available mitigation evidence and evidence to rebut any aggravating evidence that may be introduced by the prosecutor. So that's important. Well, here's why. If what is turned over late from the state is not in this category of aggravating evidence, then it wouldn't really be relevant here, right? But if it is, because what aggravating, right? Those are the aggravators. That's what they have to remember. In order, if it goes trial, and if he's convicted or found guilty, right, and it goes to the penalty phase, the standard there is the state has to prove at least one aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt to the jury. And here they've got 4 aggravating factors. They had 5 and they dropped 1. So any aggravating evidence. So that's going to be pertaining specifically here. Okay. In this case, any evidence that would be pertaining to the aggravating factors that the state is going to introduce. And it's those 4 factors. You've got the hack, which I hate. That's I hate that. I hate all of them, but the heinous, atrocious, and cruel. You've got that one. You got the utter disregard. You've got multiple victims, and then you've got propensity, future dangerousness. So those are the 4. So for example, if what is coming in late doesn't pertain to those, it wouldn't matter here. But if it does, if it's something that the state is going to use as aggravating evidence for one of those factors, then yes, that's what this is saying. They need to have time to consider evidence to rebut that. That makes sense. Does that make sense to you guys? Who pays the salary? Taxpayers. The special skills and abilities necessary to obtain sensitive and sometimes embarrassing evidence about a client's life experiences from family members and other sources are often beyond the abilities of even the most skilled courtroom lawyer. So this is just saying the importance of having someone who has this skill set, which would be the mitigation specialist, right? They're referencing Woodson v. South Carolina. Did she get that wrong? It's North Carolina. It was North Carolina before. Oh my God, if they messed up a site, that's not good. Yikes. Yeah, this is supposed to say North Carolina. That's not good if you mess up a citation. That's like supposed, anyway. It's not supposed to do that. The Wiggins case is especially meaningful as it discusses the difficulties posed when only half-heartedly investigating a mitigation case. Okay, here we go. Jeff, are you still listening? Here we go. I've conducted a mitigation investigation of the background of Lori Noreen Vallow to the extent possible, given the time constraints, in accordance with my duties as a mitigation specialist in the case. I have determined that a significant amount of important information, both in the form of documents and witnesses, exist. In addition to the available information are leads of unknown origin that would have undoubtedly come up as the team pursues the information we have uncovered or learned through the discovery already provided to us in this case. And for anyone who didn't know this, Lori Vallow's Arizona trial opening statement started on Monday. The discovery in this case exceeds 4 terabytes. This is an incredible amount of information. Oh, this is okay. Let me just back up. It was not clear the way that the defense attached this. Okay. This is literally the declaration from the Lori Vallow case. I thought that they were saying it was the same person. That's what it looked like. It looked like this was their, the way this was attached, it looked like this was their mitigation expert for this case, and that this expert was saying she also was the mitigation expert for Lori's case. But now I'm seeing here that this is literally taken from Lori's case. Okay. There's absolutely no time to begin investigating new information after determining how it relates to the mitigation case. So they're talking about, okay, let's read this actually. Sifting through a huge number of investigative documents, audio and video files, and metadata and other scientific evidence, and determining how each piece of information applies to either the fact or mitigation, or both sides of the defense's case is a very time-consuming job. There's absolutely no time to begin investigating new information after determining how it relates to the mitigation case. I must admit that because of the client's insistence on maintaining her speedy trial rights. And that's a huge distinction as well in that case, right? I have not been able to completely review the discovery we already have. The recent disclosures make reviewing the complete discovery information frankly impossible. However, that's Lori's choice in that case, right? The recent addition of numerous witnesses listed without identifying information or a summary of what their testimony would be at this late date constitutes a gross miscarriage of justice, as even the state must admit that the defense cannot begin to investigate this new information on the eve of trial. Adding new witnesses, such as the state has proposed, further hampers defense investigators. Okay, they added new witnesses. Okay, interesting. I don't think she believes it. I think she's just, yeah. We've talked about it a lot on the Lori Vallow streams, but I don't think she believes it. And in fact, sometimes she has like slips of the tongue that indicate that actually. Katarina, what are you talking about? I don't get what you mean here. Yeah, in the Lori Vallow case, right, which is what this is talking about, Lori maintained her right to speedy trial, and this stuff that was coming in was like, what did it say, 2 weeks before the trial? And at this, so at this time, they were still seeking the death penalty, right? And then it was, okay, there we go. Let's see what else we got here. So this is her CV and whatnot. The ABAs and supplementary guidelines. You know, I think we've actually gone over some of this previously in other things. Okay, so that's it. That's it on this one. Okay, so now we move on to the next round of death penalty related filings. Now we're back to the autism, guys. All right. So state's response to defendant's motion to strike the death penalty, autism spectrum disorder. All right. Huh? Twiz? LLA? I don't know what this is. Okay. This is the state's response. All righty. His argument fails for multiple independent reasons, it says. For starters, defendant's argument contradicts both U.S. Supreme Court and Idaho Supreme Court precedent. The only mental disability that precludes imposition of the death penalty is intellectual disability, as defined in Atkins v. Virginia. No other mental illness qualifies unless and until the U.S. Supreme Court or the Idaho Supreme Court holds differently. Even setting that fatal flaw aside, defendant has failed to prove the requisite national consensus to support his claim. A critical part of that consensus is the actions of state legislatures in addressing the punishment the defendant now claims is prohibited under the Eighth Amendment. Defendant cites the actions of only 2 states, Ohio and Kentucky. His citations are both insufficient and accurate. Finally, if 2 reasons to deny the defendant's motion were not enough, oh, come on, state. Let's not be drama queens. Defendant has not shown that the rationale underpinning Atkins applies to people with autism spectrum disorder. All the concerns in Atkins trace back to intellectual disability, and a person with autism spectrum disorder does not necessarily have intellectual disabilities. Take, for example, the defendant who was diagnosed with the least severe form of ASD, and then it says without accompanying intellectual impairment. Oh, I see. Right. Okay, let me read that better. Take, for example, the defendant who was diagnosed with the least severe form of ASD, the type without the accompanying intellectual impairment. So, yeah. In other words, he's not intellectually impaired. So this court should deny the defendant's motion. What is Llama Hester? What? Huh? What the? Twiz, what are you talking about? Are you okay? Idaho law only prohibits the death penalty for a mentally disabled person, and only when the elements of the code are proven and the defendant has failed to do so. And I'm not going to say this word, but you guys, I'm going to highlight it so you guys can see what they're talking about here, because this is a word that is not used anymore. But they are required to prove 3 elements. 1, an intelligence quotient of IQ of 70 or below. 2, significant limitations in adaptive functioning in at least 2 of the 10 areas listed. And 3, the onset of the offender's IQ of 70 or below and the onset of his or her significant limitations in adaptive functioning. Both must have occurred before the offender turned age 18. So they're just saying there's no case law to support that this counts, is what they're saying. Which, I mean, they're not wrong. ASD is autism spectrum disorder, Kat. Jeff H. I stepped away. When I came back, I heard mentally disabled person and Twiz's name mentioned. Brilliant. Yes. You know, it's so funny. I saw that coming. That's what she said. I was like, why do I feel like this is going to result in some sort of joke about Twiz? We love you, Twiz. Yeah, I did not say the R word. I did not say the R word. I didn't say it. I highlighted it, so I didn't say it. I did not say it. I didn't say it. Okay, so welcome back, Moonvale. Welcome, welcome. I think you were here earlier, and now I see that you are back. Excellent. Right, yeah. A lot of people are on the spectrum. Tons of people are on the spectrum. Defendant has no plausible argument that the Eighth Amendment prohibits the imposition of the death penalty based on his ASD. His IQ of 119 is far above the required IQ of 70 or lower. His IQ testing, so they're saying his IQ just doesn't meet the criteria. I think we all get it. Defendant's Eighth Amendment claim fails because he cannot show evolving standards of decency. I mean, I don't think we need to read all this, honestly. There's a lot of case law. Let's just see what else they say here. Autism spectrum disorder is not susceptible to defendant's categorical approach. Where is this footnote? Oh, not because he has ASD. Okay. I was going to pull this up if it did have to do with ASD, but it doesn't. So, I mean, a lot of this case law, to be honest, is pretty offensive if you read it. So I'm not going to read all this. But you know, they have to cite it. So, even if a categorical approach to ASD were appropriate, the Eighth Amendment analysis would necessarily have to focus on those who had the least severe symptoms. This makes the specific facts of a defendant's case ideal because of his diagnosis. He was diagnosed with ASD level 1 without accompanying intellectual or language impairment. Level 1 is the least severe of the 3 levels of ASD, and there's a footnote. Okay, yeah, and actually, I think we've actually looked at this already before. Let me open that up just in case we want to go back to it. So he has the least severe. Defendant's social impairment from ASD does not fall within the rationale articulated in Atkins for, all right, again, he's not intellectually disabled. Again, I think we get it. I'm not going to keep reading all that. While defendant's ASD may cause behavioral impairment, such as impulsive tendencies, nothing in his reports suggests impulsive tendencies manifest through physical aggression or that his lack of impulse control had any connection to do with the crimes of which he is charged. I haven't seen that part yet. I mean, the part where we're not done with this document, but they've not said incomplete yet. But what they're saying is, A, the case law doesn't support it. B, the case law that would support it is saying you have to qualify as being like intellectually disabled, right? Or having an IQ lower than 70. And they're saying he doesn't have that. C/3, I can't remember if I was using letters or numbers, that it's the least severe version of ASD, and on the 3 levels, he has level 1. So those are the main things that they said so far. Second, defendant has failed to show that the imposition of the death penalty in his case would not act as a deterrent to similarly situated individuals with ASD. So a deterrent, right? That's what they're going on now about that. Excludes, right? Again, it doesn't apply because it excludes accompanying intellectual impairment. His own experts found that he's highly intelligent and has a factual understanding of the proceedings against him. That is an unsurprising conclusion, given that his ASD did not prevent him from graduating with a master's degree in criminal with a GPA of 4.0. Well, now they're just being rude. Third, the defendant has failed to show his ASD will jeopardize the fairness of the proceedings against him. Atkins emphasized that people with intellectual disabilities are more prone to false confessions. Right, this part was in the defense filing. Yes, we read this. Less able to meaningfully assist their counsel. Right. And again, I'm not going to read that word. None of the court's concerns weigh in favor of striking the death penalty in this case. Neither the concern about false confessions or the concern of lack of remorse. They're just saying it doesn't apply here. Moreover, neither of the defendant's experts expressed concern about his current ability to assist his counsel. Instead, one expert at least implied she does not currently have that concern because she recommended only that the attorneys monitor his competency throughout the proceedings regarding his ability to assist in the preparation and presentation of his defense. Similarly, defendant's reports do not support the concern he would be a poor witness, the same way an intellectually disabled person would be a poor witness. He's highly intelligent. Like, again, they're quoting that again from the defense expert. Furthermore, the defendant has not shown that his ASD will enhance the likelihood that the aggravating factor of future dangerousness will be found by the jury. Nothing in the defendant's reports suggests that his ASD causes him to act violently or even more aggressively. Indeed, he does not have a history of violence, other than one incident years ago that neither expert attributes to his ASD. What is the one incident years ago? I mean, that's me being nosy. I'm not saying it matters. Okay, the media attention in this case does not warrant striking the death penalty under the 8th Amendment. So they're going to the cruel and unusual punishment. Conclusion. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not seeing anything in here about incomplete documentation. That might have been in the filing, the one about, they had a separate motion in limine for the neurological and whatever psychiatric evidence, the one that's really about the autism coming in at trial. It might have been in that one. We already covered that, and I'm sure there's going to be more responses anyway. But as far as this one, this is the motion to strike the death penalty. That did not come up. There was nothing about lack of documentation in this at all. Okay, so now we're going to go to the defense response to that document we just read. All right, reply to the state's response to the defendant's motion to strike the death penalty, re autism spectrum disorder. Who do you guys call normies? We're hoping that someday we'll have a Twiz Ray. If Twiz decides to become the next Sci-Ray Twiz version, Twiz Ray. Right. Yeah, I just did right. I just didn't know if you guys, I missed something in the chat that y'all were talking about anyone specifically, like, EDB. I love EDBs. She uses NeuroSpicy, which I love. Okay, so everybody's coming now. Dear Lord. All right, argument. Oh my God, what is happening to my ring just got stuck in my hair. Okay, disaster strikes. Okay, no, it's all good. We got it. I pulled the ring out. It's okay. Like otherwise my hand would be like literally just stuck to my head. Okay. All right, the Atkins standard for intellectual disability is much more than low IQ. So remember how, like we were just saying, right? The state was like pointing to the low IQ below 70. They were going with the Atkins. They said that whole lot. So they're saying it's more than just a low IQ. Atkins v. Virginia here. Okay, so Mr. Kohberger fits the criteria set forth in Atkins in the following ways: impairment in communication, reasoning, social skills, and understanding the reactions of others. His deficits developed at an early age and continue to the present day. ASD is not something one outgrows. Very early in his education, he was treated as a child with special needs, evaluated psychologically, and provided with instructional support. He was observed as rocking in the classroom, inattentive. I mean, the thing is this, y'all know, I'm sure by now, like, I do not support the death penalty for anybody under any circumstance. And I think it, therefore I think it should go away. But for me, if I'm evaluating this objectively, which is what I do, it's what I endeavor to do anyway, I don't think, for example, that being inattentive as a child, which most children are from time to time or all the time, is going to qualify per the standards set out in Atkins enough to strike the, and I know it's not just that. I'm just saying, if I were the defense, I would have left that out because that weakens their argument. I would have left that out. I would have left inattentive out. It just makes it seem less severe in my view. He received reading support, speech therapy, reminders. Again, I would have left this part out. Reminders to stay on tasks. I would have taken that out. I would have left in maybe the reading support and speech therapy. I would have taken reminders to stay on tasks out. More time for homework. I would have left that out. Organizational support. I would have left that out. He lacked social emotional reciprocity and had few friends. He did not understand nonverbal communicative behaviors used for social interaction and had an inability to develop, maintain, and understand relationships. I mean, the thing is, a lot of what they're saying, and probably a lot of you guys are like, well, hey, come on. Like, most people have many of these things. This is not, so it is, in a way, it's a bit interesting, right? Because it's like they really want to use this as like, well, I mean, in a way, what they're kind of saying, right? Not even kind of. What they're saying is these descriptions laid out here are on the same level as the standards set out by Atkins as an intellectual disability. I mean, and you can see why I do take some issue with that, because I just don't, again, I don't think we should be, I don't agree with the death penalty. But at the same time, I don't think that anybody who just had a few friends, right, or needed some reminders for homework, more time for homework, I don't think that those people have intellectual disabilities. You see what I mean? Like, there's a difference. So anyway, okay. The state seeks death when Mr. Kohberger is a person with an intellectual and neurodivergent physical disability. Like people with intellectual disabilities, Mr. Kohberger's adaptive functioning is impaired. He lacks the skills to function in the real world of daily living, self-care, socialization, and communication. People with an IQ above 70 can still qualify as intellectually disabled due to diminished adaptive functioning, citing Hall v. Florida, which went to the U.S. Supreme Court. So that could be relevant here. The DSM clearly states that intelligence is not a hedge against severe deficits in social functioning. Even those with average or high intelligence can have uneven profile of abilities. The gap between intellectual and adaptive functional skills is often large. It's a large gap. It's a large gap. It's a large, large gap for us. I told you guys I'll just burst into song. Fair warning. Yeah, agree, Tonka. And I have to say, Tonka, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like I remember feeling, if I recall correctly, you had expressed that you were debating this in your mind, like you were still considering it. Like, this is my recollection, right? That maybe a month or two ago or whatever, you were like still kind of weighing it out. Like, is it appropriate in some instances? Is it not appropriate in some instances? Is that accurate? And if so, has it been like through the result of more reflection, you've come to a conclusion? I just think it's interesting. I appreciate everybody who as humans, right, we never have all the answers. And it's so important to keep an open mind and to be willing to always assess your opinions and be willing to change, right? Or recalibrate, and so anyway, just regardless, I appreciate all of you guys for being thoughtful individuals who, don't just, I don't know. Y'all are all smart and awesome. That's all. That's what I'm saying. 100% do away with the death penalty, but a pineapple a day the wrong way is okay by me. That is hilarious. And there's a lot of considerations with death. In fact, I've done many live streams just devoted to weighing the pros and cons. I think it's really important. It's something that is really important to me. And did I save that document? Fuck, I might have deleted it. I had a whole document with the pros and cons as people would identify them, and then going through what supports each thing with like case law and like facts to weigh it out, to like literally weigh it out. But I don't know if I saved that. So there's the, okay, thank you, Tonka, for following up. I used to 100% support the death penalty. Okay, so I didn't misremember then. This case has shown me that humanity shouldn't be making those decisions for another and shouldn't be a machine. And neither should a machine. I love it. I love when people have the ability to reassess how they view something. I think it's just so important in life. Heather. Oh, thank you, Rochelle. And I mean, I can, if you guys want, I mean, I feel like I've talked a lot about the death penalty in other live streams, but it hasn't been recently. If you guys would want to hear my thoughts, I'm happy to share this with you. I'm an open book. You guys can ask me anything and I'll answer it. But I don't want to be redundant because I have talked about it before, but I don't even know if you guys care, but just let me know. I'm happy to, if we want to have a discussion, we can totally do that. Right. Heather says, I definitely don't think humans should be deciding that. Yeah. And then Heather, are you saying here that if they're sentenced to life, they should, the person who's sentenced should get to choose if they would rather the death penalty? I would agree with that. But that's not on the table, right? That's not an option. But I would agree with that. Like if it's the defendant's choice, then sure. But that's not something that I don't even think is ever considered. Like, yeah. Welcome, official. Right. Yeah. I don't think that's ever even going to be something that they do, though. I don't think that will ever be considered. I just don't see that happening. It'll be a huge deal if we can get to the point where they do get rid of it at all. And that might take centuries. Two wrongs don't make a right. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yep. I mean, it's like the quote, why do we kill people who kill people to show people that killing people is wrong? I mean, it's I guess that's, now I'm going to start talking. Y'all know how I feel about hypocrisy. And even if I just go with that alone, it's like the hypocrisy of it is enough for me. But beyond that, there's just so many reasons why, I'm very much not for it, and I'm against it, and I don't want it. That's a good point. It would be basically state-assisted suicide. That's correct. Yeah. I don't think that legally, I don't see that ever being an option, but I understand the reasoning behind it, why Heather said that. I understand the reasoning behind it, but I don't think it'll ever be something that is happening. I mean, I agree that it's fair. It's just never going to be something it's going to be it's never going to be in the legislature. I just don't see that ever happening. I agree that it's fair from a philosophical perspective, but in terms of legally speaking, it's not something that's going to happen. I mean, we can talk about this stuff, guys. The problem with an idea of letting the families of the victims' families choose we will be here all day, but just briefly. From the law's perspective, first, you're going to have to define family. Now, family is defined in numerous different ways, right? For example, when it comes to the sequestration order for witnesses, right? Who's allowed in the courtroom? We've already seen lots of filings in this case and others about that. How do you define family? A stepbrother, do they count? It's this whole there's, and it's still not even, they've not even decided on that issue. Okay. The law is not clear and has not finalized who counts as family, even just when it means who can be in the courtroom. Let's just start with that. Defining family and everyone agreeing is like we're not even there yet for even something that's simple. Okay. But let's just pretend that that's happened. Now we can, again, family has a lot of different, it's going to be defined differently in different situations. You're going to first have to define family if you're going to define family in terms of which family members get to make this choice for the death penalty or whatever, right? That's your first hurdle. Good luck there. Then you're going to have all those people agree. Imagine that process. Because I don't know that you're ever going to get a case where every family member is going to agree. That's if you can even define family to begin with. Also, when I was talking earlier about the document that I was making, I did a lot of research. All of the studies show that people who are victims' family members that did support the death penalty and expected to feel better afterwards felt worse. And in fact, that it made them more depressed than they would have been because they were expecting to feel something better. Like they were expecting, once that happens, once they're there and the death penalty is done, and they expected to feel like justice was served or whatever it was. They expected to feel something better or different from how they were feeling. And they waited all this time. And then what happened is the death penalties happens and and then instead they felt worse. And imagine that grief if you're that family member where you've waited 20 years, 30 years or whatever for an execution, thinking that then you'll be able to move on with your life. Then you'll be able to sleep at night. Then you'll be able to whatever. And instead you feel worse. I mean, it's unimaginable, but that's what the studies show. It's something like 89%, something. I mean, again, I don't think I saved it, but it was crazy high. Almost everybody who's been studied for this. That's just a few things. In terms of the families choosing. And that's a good point. Tonka brings up a good point here. What a Twiz thing to say. I think the world should elect Twiz and I decide. Love it. I wanted to say here, Tonka brings up a good point. This is the can of worms, right? Because then if you involve religion, then you got a whole other thing, right? Because religious doctrine and different religious doctrines are going to have a completely other set of how you should interpret it. Twiz for king of the world. Okay. Yeah, we did read. Are you talking about Rochelle? Are you talking about in this case? We did read it. But the thing is that it was clear in the document that, okay, there was gray area in certain aspects of it. And also it's based on the case law, and the case law is always going to change. So all it takes is another case to come out that says, now if you're an adopted family, I'm making an example, right? Now, if you're adopted, you can't, right? And you can see how if that happens, okay, then that's going to affect the next case that comes along with who can be in the courtroom. But you can see how more problematic that is when people are executed, because that's final, right? And when the case law changes, it's too late to include that family member. And that family member maybe would have said they're against the death penalty. You see what I mean? It's just It's just not gonna work that way. It's time to vote again. Twiz and Peter. I mean, I've seen cases like where I think it was in the Ezra McCandless trial. So Ezra McCandless, you know, she's serving LWOP, you know, she stabbed. I think she's actually, if you were to put like, okay, I've thought about this a lot. If you were to do cage match situation, you got a cage match. Wendi Adelson, Lori Vallow, Ezra McCandless. I'm going to tell you guys, Ezra McCandless will win. She will come out on top. That's, if you guys want to know, because not all of you guys probably have even heard of her, but I covered that trial gavel to gavel. That's Ezra McCandless for you, okay? She was 20 years old when she committed the murder, and it was like she stabbed the dude a bunch of times. And anyway, so in that case, for example, the victim's father pled to the court to give her, because in that case, it wasn't a mandatory sentence. He could have given her something like 20 years in prison and then like probation basically or whatever. Like there was a thing where she could have gotten parole. Like it was up to the court. So she could have had like the least severe sentence would have been like 20 years plus, and then you have parole, whatever. She could have been out in 20 years. And then he could go all the way up to LWOP, right? And like the dad in that case, at the sentencing portion, like pleaded to the court to give her the 20 years. He said, I think she can become a valuable member of society, and I don't think that it's right to punish her. And I mean, it was moving. It was really, really, really moving to watch. And that was what he wanted, like for his son's memory. And he said, that's Alex was the victim. He said, that's what Alex would have wanted. That's what Alex would have wanted. I mean, so there's a lot that goes into this. So and I personally find that very moving when you see victims that are, instead of being vindictive and vengeful and resentful, they've taken a different path. And I think, I don't know. Anyway, it's just, I think I said it yesterday in a different context, but resentment is a poison you give yourself. It doesn't mean people aren't victims. It doesn't mean people can't grieve, right? That's not what it means. You know, there's plenty of, there's different ways people can be affected by tragedy, you know? So. Okay. Anywho's. The Dark Ages? Are we talking about medieval history? Don't get me started on that. Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go. We were. Excellent. In the Middle Ages, Europe was believed that the death penalty and even torture redeemed the soul of the condemned. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Okay. Oh, yeah, we were talking about the gap. The state is misguided in its argument that Mr. Kohberger has, quote, the least severe form of ASD in support of its position that his disability is not Atkins or Roper qualifying. The court specifically rejected the contention that defendant's ASD is mild because he has a high IQ, had attended college, and could drive a car. So they're just going through this different case. Oh, and there's a footnote. A footnote. See also Roper v. Simmons. Okay. Okay. Intelligence is not a hedge against. Oh, we already read that part. I mean, well, we didn't already read it. It's just some of these are cited many times. I remember the word hedge. That's all. Twiz religion. So Twiz is going to have a religion. He's going to be a world leader. Wait, are you? Sorry, I just realized what that. If Twiz is a world leader and starts his own religion, doesn't that make Twiz a cult leader and the whole world is in the cult? Pretty funny. I guess it's really more of a dictator, a religious dictator. All hail Lord Twiz. It's just funny to think about. Atkins stated 3 reasons why, in that case, capital punishment was inappropriate. Lesser culpability does not merit death. The death penalty does not act as a deterrent for the intellectually disabled, and impairments of the, oh God, Twizus Christ. Yeah, right? Exactly. I'm just thinking we could really go down a really great tangent with all the ways that this is funny. Like, in Twiz's name, amen. Oh my God, we could go on. You could go. Oh God. Okay. Atkins stated 3 reasons why, in that case, capital punishment was inappropriate. Lesser culpability does not merit death, and the death penalty does not act as a deterrent for intellectually disabled, and impairments of the intellectually disabled can jeopardize the fairness of these proceedings, or of their proceedings. These factors apply in Mr. Kohberger's case. Lesser culpability. Mr. Kohberger has at all times asserted his innocence. Should he be convicted of this crime, his neurological physical disorder may very well be the reason the jury misjudges him. The public sentiment of prejudice against him and prejudgment of guilt resulted in a change of venue. Media coverage continues to be negative, with an overall continued narrative claiming his guilt. That the reality is that he is in fact in a category of persons who are less culpable. It is widely recognized that autism does not affect culpability, moral reasoning, and the ability to foresee consequences of social interaction and processes. People with ASD face a childhood of victimization by their typically developing peers because they are misunderstood. Inevitably, misunderstanding is going to reprise itself in the courtroom setting to the great disadvantage of the autistic accused facing typically developed jurors. Neurotypical. We've read all this before. Death penalty as a deterrent. It is well known. Yeah, it is well known. Facts that the death penalty is no deterrent at all. Definitely, yeah. It's crazy that anybody would still even make that assertion that it is, but I think some people still think that it is. There's a footnote. Okay. Yeah. I've literally, oh gosh, I didn't mean to click on. I literally have read everything on that website about the death penalty info.org thing. I've frequented that website. Moreover, the state argues that the death penalty does not act as a deterrent for the intellectually disabled because they cannot process the possibility of execution as a penalty. To the contrary, autism is often conceptualized as an executive functioning disorder. Okay, I'm not even, we're going to keep going here. Impairment of intellectually disabled. Mr. Kohberger does have a diminished ability to understand and process information, to learn from experience, to engage in logical reasoning, or control impulses. It's just not enough. That's not going to count as intellectually disabled by the legal standard. It's just not. Sorry. Again, I don't think it should be happening, but it's just, I'm assessing this as per what they need legally. It's not there. As explained in the expert reports, he has poor working memory, engages, again, this is all the same shit. Like I keep saying that, it's like all honestly weakens their argument, you know. Kane, hello. Oh my God, thank you, Kane. Yes, see, as I read from the book of Twiz, I'm reminded of the tale of young Randall in Tiny Waterfall. All hail Twiz. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Thank you, Kane. I'm saving this. That is the best. Oh my God. Twiz says you can all have your own tiny one. You know what? At least you're admitting it's tiny, because that's a big step for you, Twiz. That's step one, admitting it's a tiny waterfall, step one. Also, let's watch this again, since some of you guys are just now getting here. We have a new clip just to celebrate the tiny waterfall. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Okay.
I gotta show you that waterfall, though.
Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
Wait. Are you? He's calling that a waterfall? Guys, what do you think that says about his you-know-what size?
And the grounds have been a fixture in their online videos.
I gotta show you that waterfall, though.
Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
I'm good. I'm dead. Goodbye. Oh my God, I'm dead. I'm dead, you guys. I'm dead. And this wins. That is the waterfall. What? I don't.
For years, this house and the grounds have been a fixture in their online videos.
I gotta show you that waterfall, though.
Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
That speaks volumes, though, doesn't it, about him? Holy shit. He calls that a waterfall? Oh, dear.
Get this, my pool, my slide,
Oh my God.
you know, my little hot tub, and
Is he going to say the waterfall? Is it
got a little waterfall. We haven't really.
Oh my God. Hold on. I was saying that as a joke because this is a different video and different outfit and all that. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way.
But it's getting there,
I'm dying.
and take some time to get a house the way you like it. This is my pool, my slide, you know, my little hot tub, and we got a little waterfall. We haven't really furnished it yet, but we're gonna make it real nice. This is my house.
Oh my God.
This is the back of it.
Waterfall. You've got to be
It's a pretty sweet spot.
I couldn't believe it when that happened. I made that joke and then I was like, he actually just says it again. Amazing. Yeah, just to clarify, there's more than one Jeff, right? So that's Jeff H. This is the other Jeff family watch. It's actually quite worrisome. It is actually quite worrisome. It's funny and disturbing at the same time. We laughed, our faces hurt, my abs hurt. You guys were there. Many of you guys were there. And but I just appreciate this one too. Lord Twiz can turn water into cell tower. He can take a tiny waterfall and turn it into a huge cell tower. So good. Viagra Falls. Oh my God. That was so fun. It was, yes, it was. It was so fun. It was so fun. It was so fun. Remember, you got those Jeff emojis y'all can put in the chat if you I can't get a nap because of y'all. Guilty as charged. Oh my God. It was so good. Oh. And for anyone who missed it, towards the end of that members only live stream, I took the twin flame test because on their website you can take the quiz to see if you qualify to try to give them all this money, and then they make you in their call or whatever. It's just hilarious. It's like your twin flame quiz or whatever. And anyway, I took it live on the live stream and I took issue with many of the questions. I objected to form. Anyway. Okay, carrying on. Persons with ASD make poor witnesses. Research shows that if the jury is not informed of the defendant, they left off the apostrophe S. I'm going to lose it. The defendant's diagnosis of ASD, the impact of negative impressions of demeanor may have a detrimental implication for defendants with ASD. Mr. Kohberger's ASD makes a fair and just trial a challenge. The state argues news coverage is not informative on this topic. The state benefits from the biased news media. Ain't that the fucking truth, though, guys? Right there. Literally. Public sentiment is that Mr. Kohberger's physical presentation makes him look guilty through no fault of his own. His flat affect, intense gaze, awkward body posture, holding still in the courtroom, inability, and a lot of this was in the other filings. I'm not going to read all this again. We went through this at length. And I did, and to me, you know, we talked about this with the other motions, with the where they actually started asking for it to come in the guilt phase, and I talked about that at length as well. Thank you so much for gifting a membership, Kat. Love it. Oh, that's why he gifted it. Oh, that was so nice. That was so, and AZ was the lucky recipient. Excellent. Do you not know who that is, Leslie? Yeah, as some of you guys, just for anyone who doesn't know, people who have a channel, right, have literally no control over who gets the gifted memberships. It's YouTube just does it. And I have no control over that. Thank you so much for gifting a membership, Leslie and Billy. Who's the lucky recipient of that one? Excellent. But do you really not know who that is? That it's the well, I guess that kind of gives it away, doesn't it? Because you guys saw the text. That's how StreamYard shows it. It's our one and only co-host and mod. You mean the quality of the picture isn't good enough? It's because Twiz had that picture called the Avengers, right? And it's from him in the courtroom. And there's like in the original, it's like you can see like Ann Taylor and BK. And like, so I did it to be funny because I had to zoom in times a million. And like because he told me, he was like, that's my face. And I'm like, I can't even fucking see it. Anyway, it's hilarious. Hopefully you guys see why that's funny, because it's from the original picture that he called, like, you know, the Avengers. And then and he's like, that's me. And I'm like, where? And so I zoomed in so I could be like, that's you. And then anyway, I made it into an emoji. So, but it's funny because it's so like, you can't really see anything, but he did say it's him. He's not that blurry. Yeah, actually, I was joking with him. I was like, are you half ghost? That's funny. Well, Twiz gets to decide, as he's now king of the world, king of the universe. What was it, Twiz? Now here, actually looking at this again, did you really take a poll? Is that for real? I missed that part. I had to go teach. I missed the part with the poll, but anyway, okay. So, but this is interesting. Again, signaling potentially he might testify. We've brought this up before. Without a doubt, his ability to testify in trial and the decision to testify will be nearly impossible for Mr. Kohberger. He has no ability to perceive what it will feel like and whether he should in fact testify. His inability to read the room, understand the threat that cross-examination will present, or explain himself in socially acceptable way without prosody of speech presents insurmountable hurdles for him. Heather's clarifying she was the winner of the poll. I had a feeling that was she was gonna chime in with that. I had a feeling. In doing so, the state could not be more wrong in comparing Mr. Kohberger's ability to testify in a courtroom to the average person. He fits the Atkins typical poor witness. Let's see what else we got in here. Finally, the state argues that Mr. Kohberger is competent for that reason. It's reason Atkins does not apply. Competence is constantly being assessed, and the reason Dr. Ryan's report refers to the issues is because his ASD impacts his ability to assist counsel and understand the proceedings he faces. He has an inability to assist with mitigation evidence and understand the magnitude of the case. By way of example, when he was arrested in his home with a full SWAT team, doors broken, and parents zip-tied. Wow, his parents were zip-tied? Holy shit. Holy shit. He made small talk with a detective in the back of the car ride during the ride to the police station. He asked the officer about his education and suggested that they get coffee at a later date. Wow. Was he like hitting on him? Joking. He did not perceive the profoundly serious nature of the moment and exhibited no perception of what was happening. While competent, well, I will say this could be in a number of ways, and it's hard to know because we weren't there, right? Like, there's a number of ways that this could be done. The thing that I'm highlighting here about the coffee, but one way could be that not perceiving the profoundly serious nature of the moment. I feel though like that's not probably the case here. Like, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? From what we know, which is very little about BK, but even just with the criminology background, everything, do y'all think that when his parents were zip tied and he was in the back of the cop car, do y'all think he perceived the serious nature of what he was being arrested for? Like, do you think he perceived the seriousness? I'm curious because they're saying he did not perceive the profoundly serious nature of the moment. I don't know that I agree with that. Yeah, I don't doubt that. He probably asked if his parents were arrested. Yeah. But all that could be true. And he, the perceiving the seriousness, though, is a whole separate thing. You guys. It was not recorded, I don't think. Well, no. That's a good question. Sorry. In the car, I think it was recorded. Initially, I thought maybe you were referencing the zip tied part. But now I'm realizing you're referencing the car. I think that they did say, is in a different filing, that in the car, I believe it was recorded. That's a great point. I mean, yeah, would love to fucking hear it, right? That would definitely help with the context. I'm sure that's why you were asking. It's a good point. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Heather. Right, you're right. If he said that, if he said the thing about anyone else being arrested, I do see what you mean because of his parents being zip tied. Yeah. Was he on LSD? But are you guys answering my question? I want to make sure I'm narrowing it down for y'all. It has nothing to do with if you, whatever, like take everything else out. Literally, it's just one thing that I'm asking. Do you guys think that Bryan Kohberger perceived the seriousness of the situation he was in? Has nothing to do with whether he thinks he did it or he thinks he didn't do it or anything else. Just literally, did he perceive? Oh wait, I'm not highlighting the right thing. Oh my god. Do you think he perceived the serious nature of the moment when he was in the cop car after being his parents being zip tied and him being arrested and whatnot? Did he perceive the profoundly serious nature of that moment? Do you guys think that or not think that? Spencer, welcome back, Spencer, my friend. That's so true. Oh my god, Elaine, dude. You know, I think though, Heather, that was in when I was thinking about the part about it's in one of the filings about it. What is it? It's the one, it was the motion to suppress. I think it was the 119 Lambsden Drive. I believe it says in that filing, it's the same filing where we learn about the conversation initially. I believe it says that they did tell him why. I believe. I could be wrong, but I did think about that, right? But nonetheless, even if they don't say, even if they didn't say why he was arrested or whatever, or being detained at that moment, let's just even, we can leave that out. We can just say he was zip tied. His parents are zip tied. SWAT team comes in the middle of the night, right? FBI, whatever. You know, you can picture the whole scene. We know some limited things about the situation. And then he's put in the cop car. So even if with just that, right? If we consider it that way, what do you guys think? Do you think he perceived the seriousness of that moment? Welcome, Stevie B. Welcome back. Change your picture. I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying here, Leslie. Why you doubt my friend Bryan Enton? If he said that, then the dude said that Bryan does. I don't know if you're talking to me and I can't make sense of what you're saying there. Too many Bryans, and I'm not clear on what's being said there. I understand sometimes it's just like difficult without more information there. When did the state say he was handicapped? Tonka, I'm not sure. I'm trying to think. I mean, there's just so much, right? So many filings. I don't remember them. I don't remember the state saying he's handicapped. But that's why I'm asking if you can remind me where that is. Thank you, Tonka. Okay, where am I? So you're saying that the state said he's handicapped? I don't see that on the screen though, Tonka. I don't see anything about the state saying he's handicapped. By way of example, when he was arrested in his home with a full SWAT team, doors broken and parents zip tied, he made small talk. This is a defense filing, right? So just to make that clear, he made small talk with the detective in the back of the car during the ride to the police station. He asked the officer about his education and suggested they get coffee at a later date. He did not perceive the profoundly serious nature of the moment and exhibited no perception of what was happening. While competency has not been raised in this case at this time, Mr. Kohberger's team and assisting experts are constantly analyzing this. So I don't see anything about the state saying he's handicapped. I'm seeing the defense. I mean, handicapped, is not in this paragraph, but that's essentially kind of what they're saying. That's what the argument they're making anyway. Right. But this is the defense. This is not the state. This is the defense. I think what you were saying is like the state is saying he's not handicapped and that then he is. They're contradicting themselves. I mean, the state is contradicting themselves all over the place, but I don't think that one of the ways the state is contradicting themselves is by saying he is handicapped. I don't think the state's ever said that. So anyway, so this is a defense filing. It's the defense that is saying that. So. Well, I don't see how it's a conundrum. But as to this question that I was asking y'all, right? One of the things I was going to say, right, is that he could perceive how profoundly serious it was because even if it's just because he woken up in the middle of the night, parents are zip tied, that alone, right? Like if it were me, I'm standing here live streaming. Okay. Let's just say for the sake of the example that in the middle of this live stream, FBI or a SWAT team comes in and zip ties me. And I guess Frodo, but even just me, and doesn't tell me why. Tell me why. They don't tell me why. And they put me in the back of a cop car. I would feel like whatever the fuck is going on, this is a serious situation, right? Because I'm zip tied in a cop car. That would feel profoundly serious to me. Now, how I might react to that might be to say something that doesn't make any sense, right? Like getting coffee. My point is this, that him saying the thing about getting coffee, I don't think points to not perceiving how profoundly serious it is. I think my personal opinion is he perceived how profoundly serious it is because, again, it doesn't matter whether you did something or not. That situation is serious, in my opinion. Like, that's why I gave the example of, like, if this were to happen to me right now, I would be like, oh, fuck, right? And I might say something crazy because I'm, like, in shock, right? So that's why I'm just taking issue with them saying that statement means he didn't perceive because I think it could be the opposite. I think he could perceive how profoundly serious it is. He could have no idea why it's happening, but something's messed up right now and something's happening, right? The zip ties, right? And then this could have been a response out of shock or whatever, if that makes sense. So. It's all good, Leslie. It's all good. It's all good. And I'll be honest, I don't even know what Bryan Enton said about anything with this. If I value what you guys say, and that's why I ask if I'm not sure what you're saying, because I want to make sure that you know that I don't understand it and give you guys the opportunity to clarify, because I value what you guys say. And I don't want to not be able to understand what you're saying, if that makes sense. Okay, so conclusion. For all the reasons addressed above and in Mr. Kohberger's initial brief, the death penalty must be struck as a possible penalty in this case. The court has notified the parties that 15, hi, Happy Annie, 15 minutes will be allowed on this motion. Oh, wow. 15 minutes? This is a matter that requires an evidentiary hearing with expert testimony. Yeah, I agree. 15 minutes? Oh, that's messed up. That's messed up. 15 minutes. Competency is not in question. Let me just make sure that's clear. Sorry. Let me just make sure that's clear. Competency is not in question. While competency has not been raised in this case, at this time, Mr. Kohberger's team and assisting experts are constantly analyzing this issue. So competency has not been raised in this case. So yes, okay, so but this is crazy, 15 minutes. This is a matter that requires an evidentiary hearing with expert testimony. Mr. Kohberger will continue to pursue this legal issue throughout trial if this motion is denied. Given his disability, a jury should never be allowed to consider putting him to death. Then why bring up the conversation at all? The conversation was initially brought up in the context of the motion to suppress his statements. After, you know, at that I was going to say after his arrest, but that's when we first learned anything was even said, was in that motion to suppress. So that was from the defense filing. And then again, this is the defense, right? They're using it here by way of an example, right? They're trying to use it as an example to show that he doesn't understand the magnitude of his case, right? He has an inability to assist with mitigation evidence and understand the magnitude of his case. By way of example, when he was arrested in his home, right? This whole situation, by way of example, right? All that. And then he suggested the thing about the coffee. The defense is not saying it means he's incompetent. The defense is saying it shows that with ASD, he didn't fully grasp the magnitude or the seriousness of that moment. It's, again, more like a social thing, right? That's what they're saying. Like not reading the room. They even used that as an example earlier in this filing. They even said inability to read the room. They literally said that. It's like that type of thing. That's what they're saying, the defense. Right. Yeah. No, I believe it was in one of the other filings that they said the thing in the car was recorded. Oh, thank you for this, Jeff. Bryan Enton. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember what the context was of Bryan Enton's of this coming up, but thank you for that. That's Bryan Enton's statement or whatever. And of course the other thing too, right? Like if he thought he would be released, right? Like, okay. So yeah, so in terms of the whole thing about asking about coffee, if he was like thinking, yeah, you guys are gonna, I'm just gonna be released because you have the wrong person, that could definitely be one reason for it. But the thing is what the defense is saying, that's not the argument they're making. They're saying it was a profoundly serious moment and he did not perceive the nature of the profoundly serious moment. That's what they're saying. So that's why that is the question I was asking specifically. Is someone else making songs related to cases? Sunny days? Yeah, why are people mean to Meg? I don't understand that at all. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Kat. Kat says if there's drama in chat, I'm out. 100%. I feel you on that one. I'm happy to say that we don't have that issue here. Thank God. Yeah. Speaking of which, what happened to our mod? Twiz, are you still alive? King of the world? Twiz? Banned with prejudice. Nice. That was good, Kane. I like that. I like that. So let's see what else is in this filing, because there's like a bazillion more pages. Oh, okay, so this is the case law. Let's see what else is in here, though. Bloop, 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 bloop. Scrolling all the way down. Okay, that's the rest of it. Okay, so that completes that one then. There you go. So that is, so in other words, this is it. Now we're up to speed. We're all caught up. We are completely caught up on the Kohberger docs. And so there will be another round, right, for these death penalty motions and others. We are completely caught up. Let's just refresh this and just, I'm like, wow, I never thought I would see the day. Like, seriously, I can't even believe this moment has happened. This moment has come. Like, that we're caught up. Like, holy fuck. We are completely caught up on everything. Wow. Yeah, and so again, just the question that I'm asking, though, is not why did he say it? I'm not asking that question. I'm not asking the question, why would he say the thing about coffee? That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is the defense is saying he said it because he didn't perceive the defense is saying he did not perceive the seriousness of that moment. My question was just very simply, do you guys think whether he did it or didn't do it or thinks he did it or thinks that whatever, none of that matters. Just literally, do you guys think that, never mind him. Like, if y'all were in that position, would you perceive the seriousness of that one? That's why I gave the example of me, because I feel like that's easier, because then there's no other context being brought in to get to the actual issue. You know, this is what you have to do when it comes to assessing, like analyzing stuff when it comes to the law, right? We've talked about IFRAC. And it's like you break it down with issue by issue. So that's why I'm trying to isolate the issue. So using myself as an example, again, I'm standing here live streaming. If right now SWAT team came in, put me on the ground, zip tied me, put me in the back of the cop car and didn't tell me why, didn't tell me why, I would be like, oh, fuck, this is a serious moment, right? I would perceive the gravity and the seriousness of that moment and how I would react. Who knows? I might start singing in the car. I might start chatting. I might say, tell me why. Who knows, right? But my point being, I would perceive the seriousness of that moment. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, great point, Tonka. I wouldn't be right. That's a good point. Yes, of course. Yeah, y'all don't talk. Great point. Great point. That's a great point. He shouldn't have been. That is a great point. And it's funny because it's like, while I know that, God, it's just so hard to know because, again, the seriousness and the gravity of that moment, right? And being in shock, I don't know. I worry that knowing I shouldn't talk could go out the window and I could just start, doing anything out of shock, Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Anytime the cops or law enforcement, FBI comes through your door, oh, you bet it's seriously serious. Exactly. That's literally what I'm saying, right? That's literally what I'm saying. So I just think it's a stretch for the defense to say he did not perceive the seriousness of the moment. I just don't think I don't think that's what, I just don't agree. I think he perceived the seriousness. And, so anyway, I think that most people, even if they have extreme intellectual disabilities, like, I think that almost, like, who wouldn't? Like, who wouldn't perceive the seriousness of that moment, right? That's like, oh, fuck moment. Again, I'm standing here innocent. I'm just live streaming. I'm innocent. If that happened, like what Leslie and Billy said, like, if they came in, even if they didn't zip tie me, if they broke down the door and then put me in the car, but, you know, we know there were zip ties involved, right? It's like, I'm not doing anything wrong. I would be like, oh, fuck, this is serious. That's what I'm saying. Because it's a serious thing if they've got the wrong person, right? If they've made a mistake, that's also serious. If you did something wrong and they've got you, it's serious. If they've got the wrong person and they think you're the right person, it's also serious. It's serious no matter what, I think. Anyway. Yeah. And that's, yeah, he was pursuing a PhD in criminology. Yeah. That's the other reason why I feel like he probably understood the gravity of the moment, right? Doo-doo-doo. What is Kane bragging about? Oh. Oh, interesting. I've never seen Rain Man, but that's kind of what they were saying. So that's it for the Idaho docs, guys. Yeah. So we still need to do the rest of the Canton Police Department audit. I'm sure there will be more Karen Reed docs. Anyway, I'm sure there will be something else coming up here soon that we will go through. For anyone who didn't hear, for Karen Reed, anyway, they've got 8 jurors, 4 men, 4 women, as of today. So, yeah. I can do that. You don't got to ask me twice. Anytime. Y'all's with literally, I would watch this shit all day, every day. It's that good. / disturbing / funny. Let me pull it up. Okay. There we go. Okay, just pull this over here and share it to y'all. Ta-da! Whee! Interesting. Yeah. The fact that they have a new prosecutor is crazy to me. I don't even know where to begin. We could do the Jesus part. Where's the Jesus part? Let's do look
up and listen. Homosexuality doesn't even really exist. If you're really 2 masculine energies having sex, you're just shaking hands because it's not your twin flame anyway.
Jeff and Shalia teach that every person is either 100% masculine or 100% feminine. There is no in between. And that a twin flame union can only exist between a masculine and a feminine.
We were all working hard. Nobody was any closer to their twin flame. So we're like, what's going on? It's not working.
Nobody was making any progress using their work.
That
And
means
so they had to come up with another idea.
mirror.
Victoria and Angie say followers were then told they'd actually been chasing the wrong people, that through channeling sessions with God, it was revealed to Jeff that their twin flames were within their online community. And then they say he started pairing them up.
So this is really kind of like with Chad Daybell.
Some people are mad.
Like where now he's starting to get direct messages from God to do dangerous things, right? Like Chad got direct messages from God to like rape people as dark and light, and then that gave them permission to kill. And here it's like he's getting direct messages from God that's like, hey, you're the wrong gender. Let's have you change gender.
Crazy.
Matched with complete strangers, people they'd never spoken to. There was a man, 100% like gay, matched with a cisgendered woman, and had to work through that block.
If they were telling you this was a channeled message from Jeff and Shalia, this came straight from God and there's no questioning it. So I said, well, how is this not a sex cult now if he's forcing partners?
Angie, who had first been instructed to be more feminine to attract a different twin flame, says she was now told Victoria was her true love and that she needed to transition to a man.
Anytime that someone would resist, we would have to report back and be like,
Report them.
oh, this person didn't want to accept that
Crazy.
they're a man. Steph and Shalia would then mark them on a list of people who needed to be watched
Ugh.
and
Unbelievable.
continually forced to accept.
Disobeying them was disobeying God.
So when God tells you something, you need to respect it.
This shit's
If he
crazy.
says that's your twin flame, respect it. If he says you are this, respect it. And sometimes it's going to be really, really, really hard. But if you don't, then you're a coward.
And this is so that you understand that your choice has been out of order, so you can make a new choice.
You can respect God's word, or you can throw a tantrum and be a little jerk, be an immature child, and then you're going to get spanked by the universe. Until you take the position of a completely obedient child, you're not going to be happy.
They call it the all-seeing eye for a reason.
And back
You cannot escape God's gaze.
Dear God, that deserves being watched again, spanked by the universe.
Be in God's word, or you can throw a tantrum and be a little jerk, be an immature child, and then you're going to get spanked by the universe. Until you take the position of a completely obedient child, you're not going to be happy.
They call it the all-seeing eye for a reason. You cannot escape God's gaze. Why would you want to?
So you're just like this zombie, like a walking shell of who you really are.
I just want to make everyone aware I'm looking and feeling very tired.
What?
I said I'm looking and feeling very tired.
Okay.
A follower who takes care of Grace hangs out in the background.
It looks like I'm just sitting. In reality, I'm managing lots of things. I'm feeling lots of things.
When you do my law,
That's one of the best parts. And then he berates them for being lazy. So this is where they get the law enforcement call. There's a lot. This is just there's these people. Let's get to some Jeff and Shalia though.
People to change genders.
Wait, hold on. This part's funny because Kane's comment. Oh, there's the Jesus
I think
part.
I'm Jesus. And that's just
You've described yourself as the Master Christ.
Kane! Really?
it's a spiritual exploration. And, you know, this cancel culture takes everything super out of context to make it look like I'm some megalomaniac who's using these strange titles to claim power, or they say that I think I'm Jesus. And that's just so silly.
But you have said you think you're Jesus.
Where do you have me quoted saying I think I'm Jesus? That's absurd. I've never said that.
Holy, holy, holy. I figured y'all.
But he has said this.
And I'm not hiding anything. Like, I'm literally telling you I'm Christ.
Because God's been telling us, you know, we're the second coming of the Christ.
I'm banging the Christ.
With all the pictures we see depicted of Jesus, kind of looks that way. And so like, haha, you know, I'm with Jesus. He's not Jesus. I don't believe that at all.
None of my students think I'm Jesus.
Have you told people to change genders?
We encourage people to explore. And I hesitate to answer that question in the way that I'm feeling led to answer that question, which is yes or no. But the reality
It kind of is a yes or no, Jeff. Like it kind of is.
There's context here. The answer to your question is we encourage.
Oh, sorry. I did not mean to mute it. Hold on. I was trying to type.
People's gender and that they.
Sorry, I was trying to type to AZ, LMAO, and then disaster struck. Let's go.
Explore.
Except in the concerns about Twin Flames universe, the biggest, most harmful allegation is that you are dictating people's gender and that they are taking it to extreme lengths, including having surgeries and hormone therapies and changing their gender.
Wow.
And so I think it's a fair question. Of course. That's a yes or a no, and there's not really a ton of nuance in it.
Great.
So is it a yes or a no?
We've invited people to explore their gender.
And that invitation to explore gender comes from God.
I have to say that I have literally in my hand, I'm covering up one eye. This is so hard.
Kane, by the way, Kane, you weren't there for the members only, but you got a lot of shout outs, like, because a lot of your comments were just, I mean, they're even now, like, they're just, y'all were killing it. Y'all were killing it.
Watch this, that I can't, like, I have one eye covered, but also you guys are killing me in the chat. My face hurts from laughing. But also the way she does this question with her hand is brilliant. She literally points up to the heavens.
I should just say, what we're watching is the compilation video I put together from the initial live streams that we did with this Twin Flames cult thing. And it was so incredible. And y'all were so funny. And it was so disturbing. But also y'all were so funny that literally I was like, I'm going to have to make a compilation video, best of. And so I made a compilation video, and that's what we watched the members only the other day. But also that's what this is, the compilation video. So I have it saved so we can always refer back to it. So you're seeing comments from people from a few days back or whatever. But yeah.
Amazing. Oh my God, I'm dying.
So is it a yes or a no?
We've invited people to explore their gender.
And that invitation to explore gender comes from God?
No, it comes from a human talking to a human.
No, but do you get the message from God that someone is in the wrong gender?
If you could give me a moment to collect myself.
This dude is crazy.
Thank you.
This dude's another level, honestly. I really think. And this is just,
oh my God. Okay. Okay, I'm backing up because the way she looks over at Shalia, this is incredible. You guys.
If you could give me a moment to collect myself. Thank you. God is a loving being. God wants the best for us.
Non-responsive.
Oh my God.
I am not God.
Actually non-responsive.
I have never claimed to be God.
So my question was,
yes,
do you
ma'am.
get a message from God about somebody's gender?
It doesn't work that way, no.
There's no channeling from God about what someone's gender should be?
So we as professionals get intuitive hits, you might say. Hey, this might be a good idea. It's explorative. Like this heavy frame is just not the reality.
That's right. They're being
But Jeff, it's a heavy consequence to have kind of a whim that someone might be a different gender.
It's not a whim.
Whoa, what would he just do with his jaw? Did you guys see what he just did with his jaw? That was odd. Hold on. The jaw thing is crazy.
Wait,
so let me slow it down half speed and mute it.
You see the jaw thing?
You guys see that?
It's not a whim. I get how this all looks.
Do you though?
But it's just not true.
Jeff was saying, like, we could see on the spiritual horizon. And because Jeff and I, like, we live in twin flame union, it's like we see color where someone is colorblind. Like, we can see that.
And first, I hardly believe that the LGBTQ plus community would agree that changing your gender is.
I'm gonna get to the part where they're crying, because that's a good one. Let's see.
A divine, extraordinary concept And I can see how people would be skeptical of such a concept.
But so that's like, are you guys cult leaders?
No.
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 And a cult is extracting and with keeping people, extracting and keeping to their
Yes, Jeff.
Extracting their well-being.
Extracting their well-being.
For
Incredible.
egoic purposes. And you know,
Jeff, it's just the tip of the iceberg. You have no idea. It's nuts. It's nuts. And it's just, there's more. There's a lot. There is so much. And I just want to also say, we have to make sure that we're clear. So like, for example, now there's like more than one Jeff, because people will probably be talking about making jokes about Jeffs and tiny waterfalls. And let's just make sure everyone's on the same page that this is also Jeff, different Jeff, just so that, maybe we need to make sure that Jeff is Jeff H. I don't know, but this is yeah.
For a delusion, to feed a lie, to feed a delusion.
Oh my God.
And not letting them leave, like turning them into some sort of farm, like the Matrix or something, a little mini version of the Matrix, or I don't know, I guess cults can be bigger, I'm not sure.
Oh my God.
But yeah, we're not that.
And does that, you say yes, what's your take on that?
Well, we don't harm people.
And it's just an invitation to explore.
It's just an invitation to explore, guys.
So then that's an easy no to the question. Have you ever told anybody that they are a divine masculine? Like it's not a trick question.
There's thousands of hours of content. And so like you might find somewhere in there something looking like me saying that.
No, but do you get the message from God that someone is in the wrong gender?
Wow.
If you could give me a moment.
Incredible.
To collect myself.
This is incredible. And this part is so awkward. Look at, oh my God. Guys. Yeah, they've got multiple YouTube channels. By the way, they have their church. They live stream. We can go. It's online. They live stream their sermons sermons in scare quotes every Sunday. And I believe it looks like from when I looked into it, they have live chat and it's not private. So like literally we could go and, experience that firsthand. Heather.
God is a loving being.
It is. Tonka.
God wants the best for us.
Yes, Tonka.
I am not God. I have never claimed to be God.
Lies.
I'm not saying that, Jeff.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
I've never claimed to be God.
Yes, you have.
I teach people how to have a relationship with God. And God is love. And God is found in your heart.
I agree,
God is found in the love in your heart.
So my question was, do you get a message from God about somebody's gender?
It doesn't work that way, no.
There's no channeling from God about what someone's gender should be?
So we as professionals in our work,
professional con artists,
get intuitive
professional criminals,
hits.
What stops this from being a pyramid scheme?
Heather's comment on the screen. I mean, if it walks like a god and talks like a god, it's got a tiny waterfall.
It's not. Can you define what a pyramid scheme is?
Oh my God. Oh, this part. Sorry. This part's so good. Let's listen again.
Hits.
What stops this from being a pyramid scheme?
I mean, it's not. Can you define what a pyramid scheme is?
Oh my God. I'm going to lose my mind between Heather with the tiny waterfall and this question and this answer. Wow.
What are you here to talk about? Like, I'm not trying to be evasive here, but like, you're starting to get into a whole lot more subject.
What stops this from being a pyramid scheme?
I mean, it's not. Can you define what a pyramid scheme is?
Well, literally the same exact way they answered the questions. So it's like, what makes this not a cult? And he's like, it's not. Can you define what a cult is? Literally the same.
The structure seems to be that there is wealth at the top.
I can't.
And that anyone's wealth below is reliant on bringing in more people below that.
Yeah, it's just not true.
But on this.
Oh my God, look at him freaking the fuck out. Let me go forward to the part where when they start crying. There it is. I just saw it. Okay, the crying.
The definition of a pyramid scheme seems to be what's happening with the Twin Flames universe when it comes to coaching and master classes, master coaches versus, right? I mean, do you know what I'm
we're
saying?
here to serve, so when you look at how to make money, it's very simple. You have value.
Wow.
And that value has to exchange from one party to another. And we teach how to create value and to share it with other
What's
people.
so funny? You guys who were there when I took the quiz, and remember how many times I took issue with the word valuable? It was in a lot of questions. It's interesting because you're hearing him use that word a whole lot. So
It literally trying to just fabricate it, right?
oh, look at the pause face there. Wow.
Because there's no product, there's no service being offered, there's no training experience. In fact, it's criminal activity. So the value that they offer that you pay them for is liability whenever eventually these people wind up. They're under, for anyone who just got here, they're under investigation right now, all right, with the IRS and I think other entities as well. The feds, they're under investigation.
I didn't come into this from a spiritual perspective. I grew up Catholic, and
we start to get crying.
I left the religion in the church because of their stance on gay marriage. I felt that if two people loved each other, they should
crazy.
Right.
Oh my God.
I'm very passionate about this. They should be allowed to get married. It was so painful to leave my church and my religion because of a disagreement. But I knew what was in my heart, and I followed that with courage, and it led me to a new path. And that new path is beautiful for me.
Why does that make you so sad?
I loved the Catholic Church. I have so much love for Jesus.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow.
And it was so hard for me to leave that all behind and follow my truth.
Oh boy.
But it was the right thing to do.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Why is this making you so upset?
Correct, AZ.
I loved my church.
Remember, he is Jesus, so.
And it's okay. Like, I'm not mad at the church. It has its, the Catholic Church, it has its viewpoint, and I respect it. And I respect why it feels that way. And it led me to.
And the thing is, it's like inception-y, right? Because it's like believing in Jesus, like now he is Jesus. So like, I guess that's how he kind of reconciled it, right? Like leaving the church, and he's like, I miss Jesus, and I'm crying because I miss Jesus. It's like, well, no worries, because you just replaced him. That's what he says anyway.
Exploring different spiritualities, and it was beautiful. It's been nothing but beautiful for my life.
That's a good idea.
But I can't deny how hard it's
right.
And it led me to this idea about masculine and feminine, that there is a way that
this is the tiny waterfall, guys.
Everyone wins.
Hi, Jeff.
That the LGBTQ plus community can win and have agreement here with these traditional views that it's only a man and a woman.
What kinds of
Which is
investigation?
really funny because that's their view, which is why they have people change gender in order to marry them.
Are being launched against you both and Twin Flames Universe right now?
Yeah, none.
There's none that, yeah, there's none. Falter.
This is the part, they're talking about their daughter and how, so for their daughter, she's the one exception. She's not going to get a twin flame. They want her to be a virgin forever. This is crazy.
And that's what our logic and our intuition has led us to believe. But I'm still going to teach her about, sex and sexuality. And
what does that mean, a monastic soul?
Someone who is whose life path is dedicated to God as their lover alone.
Love. Hang on, I talked to her. Remember, he's God. Listen to the languaging.
To God as their lover alone.
Lover.
So celibate. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like a nun or a monk.
Like a nun or a monk. Very strong.
So at the end of the members only live stream, we were watching, or towards the end, we were watching a cult expert who delved into this whole thing, this whole cult, and wrote a whole book and whatever on it. And she legit says, because Heather and I were joking about this, well, I guess half joking, like that the goal, like the whole thing about they're talking about their little daughter who's like a baby, right? Her name is Grace, and that her only lover is going to be God. And it was like half joking, like that, you know, you guys can see where that's going, right? Because he's God. Anyway, that was confirmed by the cult expert lady that was the plan for the baby.
Strongly that we have something that's critically important to the world, and it's love, and it's the type of love that everyone
kill you.
desires, or most people desire and yearn for, and that it's here. It's a very practical spirituality that you can apply in your daily life all the time, and it will bring you closer and closer to the divine and just have amazing positive effects on your life.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you getting all misty-eyed?
I'm thinking about Jesus. Sorry, we go back to the other part of
It's
just thinking about, you know, because it's very healing to address that, to talk about, you know, why I left the Catholic Church and my views on the LGBTQ plus community, and, you know, my love for Jesus. Yeah, so just thinking about that. So.
His love for Jesus.
Yeah, I love Jeff with my whole heart.
Oh, this is crazy.
And I'll be with him forever. I've never been so happy in my entire life.
But the business doesn't continue without that love for each other, right? It's
I
all
don't know.
built on your twin flame union.
Yeah, our whole life is. Mm-hmm. And that's built on our relationship with God.
You do.
So,
oh my God.
I would rather not
Heather,
be in a world.
Oh God, this part.
They
Heather.
need to build an ark so they can survive the tiny waterfall.
Without God. If God isn't real, then take me away.
Take me away.
I don't want any part of that. I believe God is real.
Take me away. Take you away where?
Okay, special treat time, guys. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to laugh more? Are you guys ready to laugh more? I don't even know if I can handle it. My face and my abs still hurt from the other day. But we have to. We have to. These are the same people. These are the same people. These are the same people.
Back to our channel. I'm Shalia.
Yeah, these are the same people, by the way.
My name's
LOL.
That's right. And as you can see from the title, we are moving on to the juicy topic of sex and twin flames.
So the music playing in the background. What is that shit?
Sex is good, folks. Sex is good.
Yeah, it's pretty synonymous to sex and twin flames. They really go hand in hand here. I mean, that's
the music is so distracting. What the fuck is that? Just to hold on. Is it a pentagram? I think so, definitely. This is crazy. And like, what is happening?
That's right. And as you can see from the title, we are moving on to the juicy topic of sex and twin flames.
The sex is good, folks. The sex is good.
Yeah, it's pretty synonymous to sex and twin flames. They really go hand in hand here. I mean, that's practically obvious, but some people are a little confused about that one in particular. But Jeff and I were talking fairly recently about twin flame sex, and I guess we're talking about our sex, I guess. And as we went deeper and deeper in our conversation about our sex, it's a popular topic around the house. I mean, it's normal. But the point is when we're talking about it, as
his face, this is just, there's something not right, more than what we even thought. Like, watch this thing with his face.
Around the house, I mean, it's normal.
Yeah, but probably get intuition, because we already figured this out. We've been watching these people for a long ass time, and we definitely came to that conclusion as well. But that fish has got good instinct. Look at this. This is just what it's like, a seance / I don't even know what.
Around the house, I mean, it's normal. But the point is when we're talking about it, as like I feel like I've never really had sex before until we met. I mean, it's like physically I wasn't a virgin, but like emotionally, mentally, spiritually, I was a virgin until I met Jeff sexually. And you know, when we started talking about it, like I just felt like something changed in my heart, and I was like, wow, you know, like this is real shit. Like, you know, I really am a virgin until and except for when the day we actually like made love together. And the reason why everyone is actually a sexual virgin, spiritually speaking, is, you know, until you meet your twin flame, you've never actually experienced what true sex is meant to be designed for. It's meant for the truest of love to be expressed.
One can only hope.
And you experience that truest of love not with a soulmate or a false twin or anyone else. You experience that with your twin flame.
Yeah.
And, you know, I felt that, like, I mean, we obviously have enough experience with our sex life at this point that we can definitely talk about the contrast between our sex life now that we have together versus like the sex life we had with prior sexual partners. And it was never fulfilling. It was never.
I'm at that point where I'm not going to stop laughing. My face hurts. And part of it is this music and his face and what y'all are saying. Oh my God.
It never was very, it wasn't insatiable. You know, it didn't quench this deeper part of my soul that was that was thirsty, that was desiring this deep level of loving and
thirsty for his tiny waterfall.
Transcendental spiritual experience of love in my sex. And I remember, like, the first time we ever made love, I swear to God, I cried for maybe 30 to 60 minutes straight. And
she wept, like uncontrollable, shaking, weeping.
And I'm not that kind of person. Like, God.
Sorry, I can barely breathe. I can't. I literally. I can't. I can't. I can't catch my breath because I'm laughing too hard. I just wanted to.
Was very. Oh my God! It was insatiable. You know, it didn't quench this deeper part of my soul that was that was thirsty, that was desiring this deep level of loving and transcendental spiritual experience of love in my sex. And I remember, like, the first time we ever made love, I swear to God, I cried for maybe 30 to 60 minutes straight. And
she wept, like uncontrollable, shaking, weeping.
And I'm not that kind of person, that type of person, just like cry like during sex.
Look at Two Past's comment here from before. Well, she probably cried because she threw her back out using that.
I was like, oh, like a few thoughts were going through my head. First was like, oh no, she's crazy.
Oh, shut
And then that one passed, and I was like, oh damn, I'm good. And then that one passed, and I was like, oh no, like she's never been loved before.
Yeah, that was it. Like, well, you never were. You know, I see with you. I guess you're having a different experience. I don't think you've ever wept.
But I didn't weep after our sex, not like you did, but I definitely felt touched and moved.
He cries when I sing him love songs.
Right?
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you for saying this, Kane. I've tried. Once again, Twiz totally missing it. Yep.
Anyway, it's, you know, it's just a different, you know.
Oh my God,
express
Rochelle.
ourselves differently.
Rochelle, the black band on her neck is hiding the stitches holding it on. Oh my God.
Areas
Oh
of
my
our
God.
lives. But like for me, like, you know, I had I had quite a few sexual partners in the past. So like, oh my God, I've never been loved sexually before. And I didn't really know it completely until like we made love. And there's definitely a few times even after that where I just like break out and start crying. And I'm like, wow, I am so loved. I have met my twin flame. I've met my true love and my match. He's my eternal lover, my eternal partner. And so, you know, yeah, of course, it like completely makes sense. Like sex before was just an act. Even though, sure, I felt love for my sexual partners. I felt something, obviously, for my sexual partners. Some of them I even thought they were my twin flame, you know, and I was very, very convinced, especially with my false twin flame, of course. But, you know, there you have it. It wasn't until I met Jeff I realized.
False twin flame? Oh, dear. You guys, I'm dying.
Wow, like, our love has really been consummated, and this is what it actually means, and it's very beautiful. I highly suggest twin flame sex, especially when you get into union and harmonious union. It's a whole new level, man. It's a whole new game.
Amen.
Yeah. So did you want to add anything to this special video?
The sex is good, and it keeps getting better, and it's completely satisfying on every level you could ever ask for sexually.
Yeah.
And there's no limit to it. Like this, it's an endless playground where you can go anywhere you desire, and you desire to go everywhere. And everywhere you go, it's delicious, and it's this deepening relationship.
Oh my God!
Because you know the sex just keeps getting better because we get to know each other better.
Right.
And there's an endless knowing to discover.
Remember what they said in the other video?
Kane, accurate.
That directly contradicted this. Was like, remember when they were like, it's like the more we get to know each other, it's like the worse that like we can't have sex anymore. And
what I'm talking about there is there was a clip from right before this. We didn't watch it this time around. I love that this just never gets old, right? Like this is amazing. But anyway, there's a time where they are talking about how they need to have like their sex is like basically it's getting shorter and less often, and then they realized they needed to like not have sex as much because it was getting in the way of their projects and shit. So anyway, I'm referencing that. Like, and then it was like
connection to explore and discover everything anyone could ever desire. As far as sex goes, it's with their twin flame. This is one of the many wonderful benefits of the union.
That's one of my favorites right there.
Sex. And every other true union we ask, exact same thing.
Sex is very
It's the best sex I've ever had in my life. Keeps getting better. Wowee.
Right. It's not just
Wowie.
us. This is a common sign of twin flames, a common phenomenon of twin flames.
You know what
the
you
love
have.
is so real. Of course, the sex is going to be delicious.
You'll know.
They keep saying delicious.
Oh, you have what is real when you see what is real in your sex life.
Right.
And you see what is real everywhere. You decide to connect.
Hi,
folks.
Like I said, these titles are insane. This one says, "Oh my God, amazing 5D twin flame sex technique." 5D.
I'm Jeff.
I'm not.
And I'm Serena.
Really?
Oh my God.
Oh boy. Definitely.
I don't know what's happening.
Should I get over here like this? How many people are being pissed off to get them to stop watching now? Hello? Oh, hi.
Oh my God.
Today we're going to talk about amazing 5D twin flame sex techniques.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, you guys, my face hurts so bad. I'm not kidding. My face hurts and I'm crying.
Oh boy. Here we
Don't
go
worry.
again.
You'll learn how in this video. So you're going to need some
Just not getting here. Welcome to this insanity.
tools for your amazing 5D twin flame sex techniques.
Guys,
If you don't have a singing bowl, made from pure metal and divine wood, and especially
divine wood. That's why he's talking about this.
corrugated felt.
There's 7 metals in there. Yeah.
7, really?
Mm-hmm.
7 metals.
Music is playing this
7 metals, blessed by a Tibetan monk. If you don't have this, you need to get one, on eBay from real Tibetan monks. And you need to ask them to be specially blessed for you. And once you have this tool,
it seems like he's joking, but like he's not joking.
Then you can begin.
Why would anyone? Why? I don't understand. I'm so sorry.
Let's first lay some foundation.
What are they listening to?
So now that you know it's possible, amazing 5D twin flame sex, we're going to teach you some amazing sex techniques.
Heather, pay attention.
Let's define
Pay attention, Heather.
the difference between 3D and 5D.
We already have a baby, Meg.
3D is the everyday, usual stuff. So in order to have 5D sex with your twin flame, you're going to need to know how to get there. And you get there through your imagination. That's right, the 5D doesn't exist except in your imagination. That's not to be confused with your inner world.
Oh my God.
You can't have sex in your inner world either. You can have sex through your inner world into the 3D because there's no difference between the inner world and the 3D. However, the 5D is a different place entirely.
Oh my God.
The 5D is imaginary land. So here's the
what is going on with that sound he makes? By the way, he does it a ton more times in the actual video. This is just a compilation video. He does it a lot, and it's like, what is going on?
amazing sex technique. First, you get your singing bowl, the special one, and then sorry.
Fox, you're totally onto something.
I've done the sex technique so many times, I just can't help but trigger orgasms, when I hear the sound. Now,
what he's, I have to say, he's vamping or filibustering rather for quite a while because this video is halfway over and they've not said a damn thing. I'm just pausing real quick to just say, that's hilarious. Where's he gonna stick that thing making me nervous? I walked in some OnlyFans, right, yes. Oh my God. There's just so much. Okay, we got this one.
Sex life.
Oh God.
And this is Twin Flames Happily Ever After. You're bringing your full presence and all of your love and all your energy to fill her up inside and to share your.
For anyone who's new, same people.
Gift with her. And
my jaw's on the floor again. Hold on. Dude, where's you guys? Literally, Kane. Where's Twiz? Anyway.
Disconnect. You're bringing your full presence and all of your love and all your energy to fill her up inside and to share your.
Fill her up inside. And you share your divine gift with her.
Hey.
Yes. These are the same two people that we watched in the interview. They look different in all of these videos. It's crazy. These are the same two people. Do you guys remember when we saw this interview? Can you see the little thumbnail there thingy or whatever? Like that. These are the same people. They have myriad looks. That's them there. If you guys look at the slider thing, that's them there. We watched, this is them there. It's, and there's more. Like they literally, I don't even know. They could be in like the witness protection program.
What is this? And
wow.
So,
is that what you think of your own semen? Do you think it's a divine gift?
Key to, this is what you want, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't, I just wanted to add that.
Well,
Randall, absolutely. He says it's not just look different. They sound different in vibes. Yeah. 100%.
I appreciate your
bless your heart.
The bigger part of whom I am was like reaching out to Jeff and like crying for him. Like, I'm here. Like, I know, like, I'm right here. I want you. Like, I want all of you and I want to share all of myself with you. And so like it created this like, tension inside where like I yearned for him and he was right there.
Because we knew that you, many of you would really relate very deeply in knowing this.
Yeah.
That many of you know your ultimate lover. Many of you can see them even in your everyday lives, and you can feel so deeply disconnected from them, and that can be a very painful experience.
I mean, I know the pain, and this is why I'm talking about it, because I too, like, I'm on my twin flame journey.
Raise your squirrel paw if you don't have a lover for a moment.
And this is also my experience that I'm sharing, and I could finally like
Right?
connect
I'm thinking the
with
same thing,
Jeff
Heather.
in our love making.
That's because we're twin flames.
And be like, wow, like here I am, here you are. Oh my God, this is it.
God.
You know, this is the
Oh
this
God.
is what I've always wanted.
No.
First of all, it's all when you do what we teach, you're walking hand in hand
Too
with
fast.
the
Well done.
divine source, with spirit, with your creator, with God. And God leads
Possibly.
the journey for you. And
Like I'm able to experience the medicine in a more holistic way.
well,
Sorry.
that
I'm hoping that this God can tell me what a twizzle dick is, though. We still don't know.
medicine is my very being, given to you, and your very being given to me.
Yeah.
And that's why we say,
That's,
like,
yes, we have. Honestly, I wonder if I were to add it up, how many hours we've spent watching them in the past week, which is when I discovered them on accident, and then we started watching them. We're probably going on 14, 16 hours. And yes, accurate. They don't say anything. They don't. It's crazy. It's crazy. Twin flames, God, sex, filler. Yep. Accurate.
you're a virgin until you make love to your twin flame, because you've never experienced
There it is
what
again.
real sex is.
That's great. That brings us full circle back to the question from the other day. Shout out to Official. Official had a question asking for a friend. What counts as losing your V card? How far in does it have to go, right? And we had Twiz on, and we were talking about like Twiz was saying, he was being super generous. He was like, just the tip, right? Basically, he said and I was like, well, really? I don't know. And I feel like some of the other ladies were also agreeing that that doesn't count or whatever. If you're a dude, but anyway, turns out, as we're learning here, that no, we are all virgins, because you've never experienced real sex until you pay $50 bazillion to get brainwashed by these crazy people, and have your gender switched, and then you have sex, and then it finally counts, apparently.
Because it has to be that the medicine of your soul, and you can,
It's a spiritual act more so than a physical act.
right, you can have sex with anyone, and
Can you?
So then, are you even having physical sex, or
that the medicine of your soul, and you can,
It's a spiritual act more so than a physical act.
right, you can have sex with anyone, and
Yeah.
and that relationship is what gives rise to
They take half.
this exchange of divine nectar.
Oh
that
my
you and
God.
your twin flame
divine
have,
nectar?
exclusive to one another. And I know those of you who
Divine nectar.
have made love to your twin flame know that
Oh my God.
that medicine.
I'm
Know
just trying to answer this question. We got mixed results on this one, guys. Maybe we need to do an official poll. I'm gonna make a YouTube poll. Every time you hear what, Heather? Every time you hear what? I'm gonna make an official poll.
and I know those of you who
Divine nectar.
have made love to your twin flame know that.
Oh my
that,
God.
that medicine, know that nectar, know how divine and perfect it is.
This is the twin flame, sex, celibacy, and ascension. Let's see how this one goes. Yeah.
To you about sex, but really celibacy.
Celibacy.
Interesting.
Leah and I have chosen to be celibate until further notice, and we wanted to explain why
Telling you
and
that.
share this sort of aspect of our lives, our sex life.
That's hilarious. Tony.
Especially the first couple months, from June to August, September, we were highly sexually active.
Just to reiterate,
And we started
just to reiterate, same people.
noticing our sex was starting to dwindle down. It was really high and so much, and that's normal too.
Twiz does what?
That was in the beginning, you always kind of rabbits, you're excited. But
Stares at the camera
I noticed my body was not open to receiving his penis as much.
Oh my God.
And I wasn't getting turned on, and I was just desiring to, I just have a desire to have sex. Although I'm very attracted to my partner,
Heather.
I don't look at him like with sexual, like it's not like sexual for me. Like our love is very spiritual.
I'm just dying. Dude, motherfucker is standing over there, right? Thinks he's Jesus, thinks he's God. And she's like, yeah, I'm just not into you anymore.
So the duration of sex started to get shorter and shorter with us.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
Yes.
She's honoring her body. All right, excellent.
Really intense between us. And also the duration of sex started to get shorter and shorter with us. We'd have like long sessions in the beginning of our sexual encounters in the beginning, and then it also got shorter and shorter.
That when we have sex, us in particular, and I'll get to
us in particular
in a minute. But when we have sex, we go really deep with our sex, and it becomes
Oh,
extraordinarily
God.
intimate and loving.
Oh dear.
And what happens is,
Except for when you're graping each other.
of our life, a whole lot of stuff starts to happen on the outside because so much is happening on the inside.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Found out when we were doing
I just
hard
have to say, I want to watch this one again. I want to watch this one again because this is like maybe the best.
Back to our channel.
You should see the poll. Do you guys see it?
I'm Shalia.
Yeah, these are the same people, by the way.
My name's Jeff.
That's right. And as you can see from the title, we are moving on to the juicy topic of sex and twin flames.
So the music playing in the background. What is that shit?
Sex is good, folks. Sex is good.
Yeah, it's pretty synonymous to sex and twin flames. They really go hand in hand here. I mean, that's
the music is so distracting. What the fuck is that? Just to hold on. Is it a pentagram? I think so, definitely. This is crazy. And like, what is happening?
That's right. And as you can see from the title, we are moving on to the juicy topic of sex and twin flames.
The sex is good, folks. The sex is good.
Yeah, it's pretty synonymous to sex and twin flames. They really go hand in hand here. I mean, that's practically obvious, but some people are a little confused about that one in particular. But Jeff and I were talking fairly recently about twin flame sex, and I guess we're talking about our sex, I guess. And
Spencer, if you pump it all the way pump it all the way in on accident, does that count? Just one full, but one. Oh, well, okay. I think that would count as all the way in as per the poll, as for the three options. If it goes all the way in, one pump, that counts as per the poll, that counts as all the way in, I would say.
As we went deeper and deeper in our conversation about our sex, it's a popular topic around the house. I mean, it's normal. But the point is when we're talking about it, as
his face, this is just, there's something not right, more than what we even thought. Like, watch this thing with his face.
Around the house, I mean, it's normal.
Yeah, but should probably get intuition because we already figured this out. We've been watching these people for a long ass time, and we definitely came to that conclusion as well. But that fish has got good instinct. Look at this people. Just what? It's like a seance / I don't even know what.
Around the house, I mean, it's normal.
The music,
but the point is when we're talking about it, as like
his face is just the craziest thing. Get your votes in, people. We only have, I think, 8 votes. I'm looking here. Get your votes in. I'm going to read it out loud for those of you guys who are listening. How far to lose the V card? We got just the tip, all the way in, or as long as it gets wet.
I feel like I've never really had sex before until we met. I mean, it's like physically, I wasn't a virgin, but like emotionally, mentally, spiritually, I was a virgin until I met Jeff sexually. And you know, when we started talking about it, like I just felt like something changed in my heart, and I was like, wow, you know, like this is real shit. Like, you know, I really am a virgin except for when the day we actually like made love together. And the reason why everyone is actually a sexual virgin, spiritually speaking,
sexual virgin.
Is, you know, until you meet your twin flame, you've never actually experienced what true sex is meant to be designed for. It's meant for the truest of love to be expressed. And you experience that truest of love not with a soulmate or a false twin or even anyone else. You experience that with your twin flame.
Yeah.
And, you know, I felt that, like, I mean, we obviously have enough experience with our sex life at this point that we can definitely talk about the contrast between our sex life now that we have together versus like the sex life we had with prior sexual partners. And it was never fulfilling. It was never.
I'm at the point where I'm not going to be able to stop laughing. My face hurts. And part of it is this music and his face and what y'all are saying. Oh my God.
It never was very, it wasn't insatiable. You know, it didn't quench this deeper part of my soul that was that was thirsty, that was desiring this deep level of loving and transcendental spiritual experience of love in my sex. And I remember, like, the first time we ever made love, I swear to God, I cried for maybe 30 60 minutes straight. And
she wept, like uncontrollable, shaking, weeping.
And I'm not that kind of person. Like,
you guys, I cried a tiny waterfall. Sorry, I can barely breathe. I can't. I can't. I can't catch my breath because I'm laughing too hard. I just wanted to. His face
was very.
Oh my God!
It was insatiable. You know, it didn't quench this deeper part of my soul that was that was thirsty, that was desiring this deep level of loving and transcendental spiritual experience of love in my sex. And I remember, like, the first time we ever made love, I swear to God, I cried for maybe 30 to 60 minutes straight. And
she wept, like uncontrollable, shaking, weeping.
And I'm not that kind of person, that type of person, just like cry like during sex.
I was like, oh, like a few thoughts were going through my head. First was like, oh no, she's crazy.
Oh, shut
And then that one passed, and I was like, oh damn, I'm good. And then that one passed, and I was like, oh no, she's never been loved before.
Yeah, that was it. Like, well, you never were, you know, I same with you. I guess you're having a different experience. I don't think you've ever wept.
But I didn't weep after our sex, not like you did, but I definitely felt touched and moved.
Right, people.
He cries when I sing him love songs.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's one thing we haven't seen yet in the videos. I'm sure it's somewhere. We have not heard her singing him love songs. We got to find that shit, though.
It's, you know, it's just a different, you know,
my God.
We just express ourselves differently in different areas of our lives. But, like, for me, like, you know, I had quite a few sexual partners in the past. So, like, oh my God, I've never been loved sexually before. And I didn't really know it completely until, like, we made love. And there's definitely a few times even after that where I just, like, break out and start crying. And I'm like, wow, I'm so loved. I have met my twin flame. I've met my true love and my match. He's my eternal.
I know. Does he like mail time? Does he like
lover, my eternal partner? And so, you know, yeah, of course, it like completely makes sense. Like, sex before was just an act. Even though, sure, I felt love for my sexual partners. I felt something, obviously, for my sexual partners. Some of them I even thought they were my twin flame, you know, and I was very, very convinced, especially with my false twin flame, of course. But, you know, there you have it. It wasn't until I met Jeff I realized
false twin flame. Oh dear. You guys, I'm dying.
Wow, like our love has really been consummated, and this is what it actually means, and it's very beautiful. I highly suggest twin flame sex, especially when you get into union and
his face
harmonious union. It's just it's a whole new level, man. It's a whole new game.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
So did you want to add anything to this special video, this talk?
The sex is good, and it keeps getting better, and it's completely satisfying on every level you could ever ask for sexually.
So hold on, Spencer says that was that the perma-pride guy with the eBay blessable who barely acknowledges the outside world, though stares into camera, and that's the one who did it for you. And then Kane says she would make the prettiest. Oh, where's Heather? Heather, she would make the prettiest mortician I've ever seen. Hold on.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met.
You guys, Andy's friend, the fucking mortician. What is happening?
And there's no like limit to it. Like this is an endless playground where you can go anywhere you desire.
Thank God.
And you desire to go everywhere. And everywhere you go, it's delicious. And it's this deepening relationship.
Oh my God.
Because, you know, the sex just keeps getting better because we get to know each other better.
Right.
And there's an endless knowing to discover.
Remember what they said in the other video that directly contradicted this was like, remember when they were like, it's like the more we get to know each other, it's like the worse that like we can't have sex anymore. And like, and then it was like, we have too many projects. And like, anyway.
Between us.
Yeah.
And we get to relate more and connect more. And there's an endless relationship to deepen. There's an endless connection to explore and discover. Everything anyone could ever desire as far as sex goes, it's with their twin flame. This is one of the many wonderful benefits of your union, the sex. And every other true union we ask, the exact same thing.
Sex is very
the best sex I've ever had in my life, keeps getting better, wowee.
Right, it's not just
wowie.
This is us. This is a common sign of twin flames, a common phenomenon of twin flames.
You know,
the love is so real. Of course, the sex is going to be delicious.
You'll know.
They keep saying delicious.
So you have what is real when you see what is real in your sex life.
Right.
And you see what is real everywhere. You decide to connect.
Hi,
folks.
Like I said, these titles are insane. This one says, "Oh my God." Okay, I'm gonna pull up another. I can't get enough of this. I'm gonna find. There's where they start the church. There's these people. Okay, I'm gonna find a video here that I want to show you guys.
Edited by Jeff and Shalia.
They were not a part of that, so we figured that out.
Going back to like the documentary thing. So
yeah.
Adam joined Twin Flames universe as a woman and denies there was any pressure to transition to a man.
So you didn't have any kind of a challenge in accepting this divine masculine concept?
I feel like I had, but this was just an upset with myself in terms of like accepting that I had a little bit of like, it's just me, like, oh, this feels a bit weird. But I was like, do you know, right, who you are? You know that there's something, right?
This allegation that people are being pressured, coerced, or led into making a decision about their gender is horrifying.
Yeah. Well, I agree that would be a concern, right? It's like if that was the thing, then.
Brianne and Adam are both certified master ascension coaches, a level above regular coaches, certified by Jeff.
They don't have any expertise. They're not therapists.
Keely Griffin, who left TFU in 2021, says she and other coaches were wholly untrained to.
By the way, in their church, you can go to their church website, but all the videos are on YouTube too for their quote unquote church. Anyway, one of the sermons that we actually watched it. It's the members only. Just the other day, we watched it. The sermon is them two. It's these two guys doing the sermon. Hold on. These two people, and they're wearing the exact same shirts. It's crazy. I was like, what? They're literally wearing the exact same shirts and they give the sermon. And anyway, but I was pulling this other thing up to show you guys here. For anyone who missed this, this is a good one. Okay, here we go. This is when this is him. Okay, this is a video. Same dude, right? Same dude, Jeff. This is the video he made for the servants / students / ascension coaches. So this is him making, so it's on YouTube, but he made this for them. So this is also where he mentions the tiny waterfall second time. And anyway, but this is amazing.
My ascension coaches, today we're going to do a little bit of math. But first, I'm going to give you a brief little walk around in my new place. No one's seen it really yet. And just a little preface to all this. This house is not in order in a way that I would say I feel pleased with yet. A lot of it is in order the way I bought it, which is the previous owners. But it's getting there. And take some time to get a house.
Here we go.
The way you like it. This is my pool, my slide.
When I was like, yeah, this was like, what was it, yesterday or whatever? When I was like, oh my God, I made a joke. I was like, is he going to say anything about the tiny waterfall? And then,
my little hot tub, and we've got a little waterfall. We haven't really furnished it yet, but we're going to make it real nice.
Incredible.
This is my house. This is the back of it. It's a pretty sweet spot. I'm going to show you this because I want to show you just how within reach something like this is for you as an ascension coach.
There you go, guys. It's in reach.
As an ascension coach, you can make way more than a surgeon does per hour. I'll show you how.
Okay.
A little bit of math.
Sounds great.
Got these nice flowers are popping off.
Popping off.
It's a good life. This is oh, my garage is open. Shouldn't be, but it is. Got a couple cars in here. You may recognize the Porsche and good old Corvette. It's looking good. I got a 3-car garage and thinking about building another 3-car garage to mirror this bad boy. So let's close this up. Just a brief tour. It's not going to be an extensive tour or anything like that. This is Deanna's car and Gabe and Brianna's car. There's a little basketball court / motor court. And it's a little bright out here, so I'm making
I'm representing Twiz in the chat since he's
nice
not here.
Lawn here. It's all organic. And over here, if you know, it's a lavender, not a lavender, oh, he's gonna kick me in the butt. So will Charlie. Apparently, we're not having him in this video. There's a little view. You can see, there's a lake. Where's the lake? There's.
He does go to the math, kind of. He does kind of go to the math.
Front of my house. It's pretty sweet. Charlie's looking out the window. I don't know if you can see him.
He talks about I've noticed we've watched so many of these videos. He talks about Charlie a lot. It's interesting. Charlie's the dog.
Tour.
I mean, okay, let me just explain. All of us, most of us have dogs. We all love dogs. The way he talks about Charlie, not just a lot, but the way he talks about Charlie and talks to Charlie is different than I've ever seen people interacting or talking about their dog. That is my impression, having watched a lot of these fucking videos.
Tour. Here's my front porch.
Oh my God. Right. The organic lawn. I know, right? We were joking about that. Organic lawn. An organic lawn. Ah.
Here is this is my office here, and there's Charlie over there. Don't worry, I'm coming inside, buddy. Lunchroom, little sitting area out front.
Yep.
And
you're about to find out.
At least with the sound. Little tour. Don't be upset or jealous because you're gonna find out how easy this is for you. You could have this too. Oh, this is my office here. Got some stuff going on. I was doing some calculations for y'all.
He's like, just to try to prove that I know what math is, but he doesn't ever explain any of this. It's really funny.
I'm gonna believe we're gonna be able to get this is how much house you could afford. Almost a $700,000 house with 50 grand down. And that'd just be with just taking, that's just 36 clients. I'll show you how the math works out. You're gonna be blown away by this math. Hey buddy, here's our buddy. It's a little T-Fast mascot. I'm gonna show you the camera. Good.
When you hear him say T-Fast, that's the twin flame ascension training. Okay. You might be thinking, wait, that's T-F-A-T. Yes. It would be T-Fat. They added the S so that it's T-Fast because that sounds cooler than TFAT. But that's the twin flame ascension. That's their whole pyramid scheme.
So onward we go. Oh yeah, you recognize those two, don't you? Those plaques. There's stuff down there. Here's the team, boot camp team. What's up?
Okay, so those are the slaves.
For the AAC, these guys are making some divine dish for lunch. Oh yeah.
Divine dish. So, and remember, not all of you guys have seen all the shit, but basically, there's all these text messages that they have of like that him berating these people, and it's insane. It's slave labor. It's one of the reasons they're being investigated by the feds.
Yeah, you guys will enjoy this video, I'm sure. It's for you. A little patio. We got this nice card table, big long card table for eating. But we're gonna get a epoxy river table, like a custom built table. I'll show you. It's gonna be pretty sweet. This is our guest room.
Douchebag.
Once again, everything's not fully furnished yet and in proper order, but it's still there. And
thank you, Kane. You remembered the bit about the waffle. Good memory. My wife's blue waffle is cold.
It's our living room. We'll just turn you around here at this point.
That was one of the complaints.
Nice little living room. It's we're still getting everything designed in order. We got $15,000 in crystals here.
He claims it's this freaking divine dish business scheme shouldn't tomfoolery. He says he's this solution to world hunger. I can't.
Just these four. 1, 2, 3, 4 plus.
I love Californians, by the way.
They're very nice. 85-inch TV screen. I could purchase one of those every single week. This TV.
Oh my god, this is so crazy.
$1,000 in crystals here. Just
wait.
Around here at this point. Nice little living room. It's we're still getting everything designed in order. We got $15,000 in crystals here.
Why are you bragging about that though?
Just these four. 1, 2, 3, 4 plus this one right here. They're very nice.
Oh, by the way, wait, hold on.
3, 4 plus.
If those are, I think, pictures of himself, at least the middle one. Anything that looks like Jesus, you better believe it's a picture of himself.
This one right here. They're very nice. 85-inch TV screen. I could purchase one of those every single week. This monster TV with I'm
just gonna say this. I'm not someone who cares about the size of TVs. But
every single week.
I'm having a Michael Scott moment. Is anyone's having a Michael Scott moment from the dinner party episode? I mean, this is bigger than that one, but like, this is not a monster TV. I have some violin students, right? I didn't know how big they make TVs these days, and apparently, I guess they're so cheap, or I don't know. I don't understand it. But I've got some students where it's like, they'll have a lesson in a different room, because it's like most of my students are virtual, and like I'll see like something, and I'm like, what is that? And they're like, it's a TV, and it's like they can't even zoom out far enough to even see the whole thing, and it's like it blows my mind. Basically, what I'm saying is this is really not all that big compared to like he's calling it a monster TV. It's just funny. It's just like the Waterfall. Like that's what it is. This is just like the Waterfall. That's what it is.
Monster TV with just my extra spending cash in this work in this industry.
You can't get a whole delicious TV
and you're gonna find out.
Himself a whole delicious TV.
Out that what I'm making right now is really not that much compared to what you could be making. Y'all look at me and you're like, he's so fucking stupid rich, but like I'm not actually like killing it. Because
you guys see the slave in the background there. Now this is really funny because this is where he's gonna try to tell them that they can make more money than him, which is mathematically impossible. Talk about math. Because for anyone who doesn't know, the pyramid scheme that they got running is that their coaches or whatever, which have no training, they're certified by Jeff. 50% of everything they make goes to him. So it's mathematically impossible. No matter how much money they make, half goes to him. There's no way that they can make more money than him.
Stupid rich, but like I'm not actually like
that was me
killing it. You ain't killing it yet. That's the point. So we got a staircase up, same thing, staircase down. Let me check in with Shalia.
Remember, they never actually answer any question, but you're going to get more information.
See, You can do.
He is stupid. I agree with that.
Places to go in this house. 7,300 square feet. This
Right,
is our
Michelle, exactly.
beauty room.
Yes.
This is makeup. My lifting equipment. We got a secondary bathtub up here. Look at this. You could fit like 15 children in here. It's actually a mini pool.
Which I find that interesting, given all the things.
You fit like 15 children in here. It's actually a mini pool. It's massive. And let's check and see. Show you that? Not here. I can show you my bedroom, master bedroom. This big, squishy master bedroom. Fireplace everywhere. That's a king size bed. It's a nice place.
Again, that's a king size bed. What, like, the fact that he's saying that, what type of beds does he provide for the slaves? Is he giving them like a mat on the floor? Like, I don't understand why that's like worth pointing out.
You got a nice master bath here. We'll just give you a quick peek. Nope.
Yeah.
Just close.
Yes, AZ.
And I got to show you Shalee's office.
Yeah.
No, it's locked. We'll come back. She's busy. She got the best views in the house. And if you've seen some other videos, you would have seen it. But let's
Spencer, yes, he estimates volume by how many children to fit in a bathtub where people. Yep.
Go on downstairs to the basement and let's talk some numbers, fam. You just get a quick little sample, quick little run through of the house.
Where people are naked.
This is the whole thing, but we'll get the point, right? Get an idea of what this is. And Charlie's gonna.
By the way, Kane that's brilliant. Remember, for anyone who's not fully familiar with this cult, right? One of their things that they do is they force people into gender reassignment surgery. So this is where Kane, that's brilliant there.
Is it two? We got a billiards room, a TV about to be hung on the wall. We got a nice little bar. There's a couple extra bedrooms fit for princes and princesses,
slaves,
boot campers. We got nice little setup here, which we'll turn on and plug in here. And then I'm going to show you the media room. One last quick little thing. Got a media room here. In addition to my monster TV in the living room, for if you want privacy.
Wow, so you
watch movies real loud. This is
okay. So a couple things. So he's literally called it Monster TV again, but listen to this one. So privacy room, a TV and for okay. Hold on.
And then I'm going to show you the media room. One last quick little thing. Got a media room here. In addition to my monster TV in the living room, for if you want privacy. I mean, when we
now I love how he now notice there's also two closets there. I will say there's two closets, and also then he clarifies. This is funny. He says privacy, and then he says, in case you're going to watch something loud.
Watch movies real loud. This is the really nice, I think, 65-inch screen with our squishy little lazy boy here. What's up? I'm not talking about you. You're not a lazy boy. You want to come watch this make this video?
It's really funny because literally there's all those videos that we've watched previously where he's talking to the cult people, the students, the victims, whatever, and he's literally calling them lazy bones. And he it's crazy. And he's like berating them. It's funny how different, again, he says to talk, it's just not how people usually talk to their dogs. Like the dog doesn't think you're talking to him. You guys see what I mean? This is weird. It's weird in two ways.
Really nice, I think, 65-inch screen with our squishy little lazy boy here. What's up? I'm not talking about you. You're not a lazy boy. You want to come watch this make this video with us?
Wait, what are you saying, Kane? Go back for what now? Privacy from I know. There's a lot. Never have I ever gauged. Can add that to the never have I ever game. I never have I ever gauged the size of a bathtub based on how many children could fit in it. Who is asking for this? Who is asking any of this? No one. Exactly. This is crazy. I'm going to back it up because Kane wanted me to back it up for something, but also there's a lot of things. The couch does look like a turd.
Bedrooms fit for princes and princesses. That is boot campers. We got nice little setup here, which we'll plug in here. And then I'm going to show you the media room. One last quick little thing. Got a media room here. In addition to my monster TV in the living room.
The thing with the way he talks to the dog, it's like he says it to the dog as if the dog would actually, because dogs know you're talking to them. You know how they know when you're talking to them. But like the dog wouldn't have thought he was talking to him, right? But what's interesting is he's like, okay. Like, for example, when a dog wouldn't take offense to something, he's like aware of some of the offense that could be taken, even though he's mistaken. And he like doesn't apologize. But he's like, no, I wasn't talking to you. But what's so interesting is when you compare it to the way he talks to the humans, it's the opposite. Like Anyway, it's weird.
For if you want privacy, I mean, you want to watch movies real loud. This is the really nice, I think, 65-inch screen with our squishy little lazy
There you
boy
go,
here.
Spencer.
What's up? I'm not talking about you. You're not a lazy boy. You want to come watch this, make this video with us? All right, so
This is weird.
flip my microphone around.
I just want to
So-
read what Spencer said here for anyone who's listening. So there's a lot of things, but they are all tiny waterfalls at the end of the day. Truer words have never been said, spoken, typed. I'm saving that. That was brilliant. Thank you, Spencer.
Up, and then we're going to talk. Then we're going to talk.
Oh, he had a glitch there or something.
I literally didn't need to flip it around.
I don't know.
That's pretty good. How about that? Frame that shot.
Frame that shot.
Okay, we got some numbers here. Charles, you coming, man?
Are.
You come with me?
So it's interesting, right? Because Shalia, his wife / twin flame / ultimate lover / business partner / whatever cult leader, is like locked away in a room or whatever. Remember when he knocked on the door and he was like, "Nope, can't go in there." And then he was like, "She has the best views," but like he's having Charlie come over with him to do this. It's interesting.
Numbers here. Charles, you coming, man? You come
That's
with
a good
me?
point, Cat Randall.
Come for a visit. There you go. It's a good spot. Hey.
So right there, he was looking at himself to see how he looks in the camera because he does this in all the videos.
Okay, we got some numbers here. Charles, you coming, man? You come with me?
Hey.
For a visit. There you go. It's a good spot. Hey. So let's talk ascension coaching.
Here we go. So for you guys who wanted to hear about the math, again, you never get true information. You never get. It's interesting. Anyway, here's the math, the way he was talking about it at the beginning, and he's talking again. This is made for the ascension coaches, right?
Got two numbers here, and these are premium numbers for you if you're at pretty much the top of your game. And I've seen you charge a lot of you charge more than this. All right, lie down, pal. lie down. Yeah, you were good. Everyone knows you're there. It's a good spot. Seen some of y'all charge more than this.
Everyone knows you're there.
We've only got two different options, and I know you guys sell readings and stuff like that. Two different options for selling stuff for your business. An hour of coaching I've got listed as $80 an hour, and I've got $200 per group coaching spot, and I'm assuming that's for every 4 weeks, and then these are going to be 90-minute slots. So if you're working, if you got you're working 6 days a week, 6 hours a day, and that's 36 weekly clients. You're going to make $2,880 a week, $2,880 a week. Hold on now. 36 clients. 6
Now
days a
remember-
week, 6 hours a day.
Remember, if he's saying that's what they're going to make and they don't know he's taking half, it means they're actually making double that, but he's taking the same amount. So whatever he's saying they're going to make, it means that he's already taken that portion himself. Because remember, him and Shalia, they get half of everything.
That's not bad. Well, I'm going to close this door. It gets a little loud here.
Well, we saw some of the slaves earlier, in the kitchen. They're making lunch or whatever. They're working around the house.
Not that loud, but why not?
What does he coach? Rochelle, bullshit. That's all it is. It's their whole, this is where we get to the MLM, the pyramid scheme. There's no training. There's no nothing. It's literally the whole thing is the twin flames. They're promising, like if you go to their website, like they're promising that they will, that I don't even know how to put it in words, that you'll meet your twin flame, which is supposed to be your ultimate lover, and that you also will have like if you follow their program, like if you have stage 5 cancer, it'll be cured, that you can become rich beyond your wildest dreams, all these different things, your ultimate lover, but sometimes you might have to just change gender for that, if he decides so. And the coaching is basically, they tell you to go do the mirror exercise, which is where you look in the mirror and you blame yourself for everything, including like being like SA'd or like things from a kid or whatever. Like literally you go look in the mirror and like you just blame anyway, that's a overview.
If you multiply that out monthly, that's over $12,000 a month, 12,350 to be a little more exact. And that's good money, man. That's 150 grand a year.
Apparently.
Now, if you're working with your twin flame independently, you're
They
doing.
do have one child of their own, and it's a baby named Grace. She was in the documentary, and they said, for anyone who missed it, they did say that Grace is not gonna, because they said something, you know, they were asked something about Grace's twin flame, and they said no, she's gonna be monastic. And then they were like, what does that mean? And then Shalia was like, she's gonna be devoted to God. God will be her lover. And then she says the word lover. And remember, he's God. So at this point, I don't think they have the baby, because this is a little bit earlier, I think, than the documentary thing. I mean, I say documentary, it's not really a documentary, but anyway, they have the baby Grace. Like, in other words, the documentary that is really not a documentary, but I don't know what to call it, was really recent. So they would have had the baby Grace pretty recently. Like, I mean, she's like a toddler. Like, no, she's still a baby. She's like a year old or something, maybe. So it's recent that they had the baby. But the baby is going to be God's lover.
In an hour, you know, you're doing the coaching session simultaneously while they are, you could just double these numbers really quickly. And for 36 clients, and I'm assuming you're averaging, yes, you know, $500 per client for referral bonuses. For 36 clients, it's 18 grand, and that's just getting, you know, the everything package, which is TFS.
Well, no income tax. Well, that's why they started the church. Maybe you missed that part. So they started the church to avoid taxes, which is why one of the reasons why they're being investigated by the feds.
The sermons, dreams coming true, romance attraction. That's 18 grand in referral bonuses. Now they all got coaches in training. You could double that. I didn't think that was realistic, that every single person is going to get coaches in training, become an ascension coach, but you know, that's good extra money. And remember, you know, the process of helping someone into their harmonious union is the same process as helping someone into the products that Shelley and I created. Notice we're not creating a whole bunch more products and have an endless wheel. See you later, Charles. He's scampering off. No, you're good, buddy. I thought you were going to go off.
You see what I mean? I mean, Frodo comes in and out of the room where I am standing. Frodo comes in and out all the time. It's not like, it's like normally it's like normal, right? If you have a dog, like that's just normal. This is just very odd to me.
Shelley and I created. Notice we're not creating a whole bunch more products and have an endless wheel. See you later, Charles. He's scampering off.
Does he feel like the dog is abandoning him? Like, what is going on with this? This is very odd to me.
No, you're good, buddy. I thought you were going to go off and do stuff. No, you just wanted to be acknowledged again. Yeah.
You wanted to be acknowledged again.
He's scampering off. No, you're good, buddy. I thought you were going to go off and do stuff. No, you just wanted to be acknowledged again. Yeah, okay. Good. If you are,
maybe,
you know,
God, I hope not,
bringing someone along on their ascension journey and helping them into the community and helping them into the resources that helped you attain your harmonious union, your friends attain your harmonious union, it's my products. And that's why they were created. It's the community that you enjoy. And you're going to feel closer to the community and more intimate in the work if you have all my products and you're actually using them and you're, you know, studying them. And that's what's going to make your clients a lot easier to work with, soften them up, and make it a lot easier on you. So you might see, well, they have $200 to give a month. They could give me that for coaching, or they could give that to Jeff for an all classes pass, and they couldn't coach with me. Well, your client's being real cheap. $200 a month is not a lot of money for a lot of people. Maybe if you're in a third world country, but like, look, you can still get a job and you can you can afford to pay for all this, because the alternative is not having your ascension journey and being stuck in fucking misery. Not having.
So like when I took that quiz, because it was hilarious, it had a lot of questions in there about like, how much money are you willing to pay just to like, you know, to reach a goal? How much money are you willing to pay to like, whatever, you know, again, they're really selling many things, but the biggest thing is like your twin flame or whatever. So it's like, because that's the whole thing, right? When you get into this whole thing, it's like, it's not working. So then you have to like pay more money, take more classes, and do more mirror exercise. And the whole thing is just self-perpetuating. So I talk to Frodo all the time. It's more like the way, I don't know, does no one else think it's weird? It's not that he's talking to the dog. It's the when and the how and what he's saying or something.
Having your twin flame
And by the way, manifest harmonious union, and you're doubling your resources like this. So don't feel bad about charging people properly. You need to think of yourselves as business people who have something really valuable. And if people don't want to like pay for it, they don't want to pay properly, don't worry about them. Like, you're going to do your best, but you need to recognize that you have something of great value. And, these numbers are pretty crazy.
Remember, he's supposed to be explaining the math.
Just 36 clients, weekly clients, is 150 grand a year. And that house that I showed you, the $700,000 house, you can afford that after 2 years. And that's just getting the bank to say, you've earned
there's no math for that.
2 years in a row. You are credit worthy. If you've got decent credit, they'll give it to you with 50 grand down. You can easily save that up in 1 year at 150 grand a year. And
how can he be telling people?
To be honest, that $700,000 house is not much less than this. This
part is crazy.
I got it on a crazy deal. Geo arbitraged a bit. You really should pay $1.25 million, $1.5 million for a house like this in normal circumstances.
I can't. I'm going to fall over if I start laughing at this. I'm just trying to not laugh.
But I got a special deal. You can manifest that too if you want. But moving on, I'd rather focus on you making more money rather than trying to learn how to do special deals, because the special deal thing, that's a lot harder than just making more money. So let's go on to the second.
I'm going to play that one again for you guys, because this is insane. There's a lot that is insane here. And remember, whenever he's talking about making them more money, it's making him more money because he's taking half. Just keep that in mind.
Circumstances. But I got a special deal. You can manifest that too if you want. But moving on, I'd rather focus on you making more money rather than trying to learn how to do special deals, because the special deal thing, that's a lot harder than just making more money. So let's go on to the second option here. And Keely and Colby are going to create a new video pretty soon talking about their
also the special deal. I mean, I wonder he's going to actually start sneezing in a minute. I wonder if the house had like a mold problem or something. It's just interesting. The special deal could be there's something fucking wrong with the house. Just saying.
Ascension coaching business, and they've made it to peak max clients, and in a mix of group coaching and individual coaching. And what I suggest is you start out with individual coaching, and then once you have too many clients to handle, you transition to group coaching, or you have some sort of mix of the both. I think a lot of you are doing. But your group coaching, I assumed they're 90 minutes each, and it's $200 a spot for 4 weeks. So $50 a week for a 90-minute slot per person, which is a good deal, as long as it's 15 people per class max. That's like basically a live TFAS class, and y'all know over a couple of years that ends up being like really good. You work together, you get some camaraderie. I recommend getting a little discussion groups going for your clients so that your clients can feel good, or you get little chat groups or little forums going for your personal clients,
right?
As well, so they can feel that intimacy.
Yeah.
And they can work together and heal together. And then you, sorry about my nose, a little allergic up here, getting some allergy medicine, a little runny nose stuff. So,
which is really interesting too, because remember, one of the things they peddle is like y'all even heard Shlee talk about medicine. It's all like, if you've got a medical condition, including things like cancer or heart failure or whatever the fuck, it's the way you treat that is you do the mirror exercise, right? So this is interesting though, right? So this is what I was just referencing. Kane is making, he says the Chelsea, yes, there was a request, do twin flame for a minute, 3 hours later. I know, right? This is the thing. It's just that good. I just can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. That's a great point too there, Spencer. But good night, Kane, if you fall asleep.
Yeah, I recommend that you make it intimate, because we're, the Vanity Fair article is going to drop.
Wait, don't go to bed yet. I forgot about this part. Hold on.
What is it? On Friday, July 3rd,
this is crazy.
Photographer's coming out to do a portrait of Shalia and I for the magazine. And if you
that portrait is this, okay? This video is almost over. Don't go to bed yet, anybody. Hold on. Y'all got to see this or hear this. Both. See and hear. Where is the thing? The portrait is this picture. And the Jeff emoji is the part with him on the slide there. Okay.
If you can't really pay for what we're having, but if you did pay for it, it'd be worth about $1 million in advertising.
Play that again.
For the magazine. And if you if you can't really pay for what we're having, but if you did pay for it, it'd be worth about $1 million in advertising.
This is the Vanity Fair article that we are going to read on the next Members Only Live. And he seems to think, so this is before the articles happened, before it's come out. He seems to think that they contacted them to do free he thinks it's going to be advertising. $1 million of free advertising, right? That's the Vanity Fair article that, unbeknownst to me, until I started, learning about this just recently, right? It started it all. And it is completely scathing. That's what's so crazy. He thought it was going to be good advertising, free advertising, but worth $1 million. Blows my mind. It was an expose. It was a cult expose piece. That's what I would call it. It's insane.
In 2011, so probably a bit more than $1 million worth of advertising we're going to get from the Vanity Fair magazine.
Unbelievable.
So I would expect things are going to change for our community, and that's why.
Well, they certainly are changing.
I'm showing you some numbers.
Federal investigations.
I think it'd be
police come in and checking welfare checks to see if the slaves are okay.
Really pleased with what you see.
There's a call expert who's written a book now.
Group coaching does, and this isn't break your ass, work a zillion hours, work super fucking hard. This is balanced. For 150 grand a year, you're only working 36 hours in sessions a week. And I know as a business owner, you're probably going to work at least that in addition in marketing.
That's basically the end of the video there. So there you go. There you go, guys. So, where is him talking about the fucking waterfall?
This because I want to show you just how within reach something like this is for you as an hub, and got a little waterfall. We haven't really furnished it yet, but we're gonna make it.
I just wanted to pause it where we could. There it is. Perfect. Perfect pause. I know. So there you go. That's the whole thing. There's so much. Again, there's the church website. You can watch all the sermons. We can attend the sermons. I think we can chat live. They've got the website. You can take the free quiz. You can. There's so much. They're still making all this content and they're still doing all this. This is a thing. It's crazy. And if you watch all their videos are nuts because you can see the progression over time, and it's just insane. So yeah. That's the special deal. Tony says he probably kidnapped the actual homeowners. Oh my God. Brilliant. Yes. Dude. Brixton Supply. What is that? By the way, there's a number of other videos that we've watched where he wears Ferrari logo shit, which I didn't even know was a thing. Pretty interesting. Funny thing is the colors, when he wears them, it looks like Ronald McDonald. That's a girl's hat? I've never heard of this, but I just did a Google search and it looks like it's women's headwear. Or no, it looks like they do have some men's classics. There's endless. And apparently they have got they're super active on Instagram and social media. There's just so much. So it's just insane. Right? His waterfall reminds me of my bathroom faucet. That's why we have this. Don't go chasing tiny waterfalls. Oh, it's just so tiny. So, So I think that'll be it for that's funny, Spencer. I think that'll be it for this one though. I'm sure we'll be back for more here shortly. Mitchell, that's fucking funny. That's fucking funny. I think the result of the poll there was, by the way, just to recap, that was that the majority was the whole, it counts V card, is you lose your V card if it goes all the way in. I think that was the majority, but it was close. It was a close call. So yeah. So also this Saturday we will be doing the members only live stream. We will have our trivia night, and we will also read the Vanity Fair article and go through all of that for the one he was just talking about. So that we have that to look forward to as well. But I'm sure we'll be back for more. Well, we're all caught up on Bryan Kohberger right now. So, but we've got Karen Reed. We've got all kinds of stuff. We're never caught up on all the cases. That's for fucking sure. Oh, by the way, on the next Murdoch, it'll be him taking the stand. So you guys are definitely not going to want to miss that either. So, but I love you guys. Y'all are awesome. And we will be together soon. So love y'all and see you next time.